A nice sunny 67.
All right, well, welcome everyone to the Safe Transportation for Every Pedestrian webinar. My name is Nicole Donahue and I'm from Sacramento State, and I will be the technical producer for today. You may reach out to me on the chat function located on your Zoom tool meeting bar, or you could email me for any technical questions you may be experiencing. Please note that this webinar is being recorded. And if you do have any questions throughout the webinar for the presenters, we request that you place all those questions in the chat box. We will prepare a Q&A document after the completion of this course, and it will be posted along with the recording. And we will send out an announcement after the materials are written, everything is ready for viewing. I will also share an evaluation link at the end of this course, so please do not sign off until this has been completed. And I'll go ahead and drop my email along with the materials in the chat box for your reference. And thank you again for joining us today. And just remember to mute your microphones if you are not speaking to reduce any background noise. And now I will introduce you to your presenter, Peter Oon, who's a transportation safety engineer with the FHWA Resource Center's Safety and Design Technical Service Team.
Thanks, Nicole, and thank you everybody for joining us this afternoon or this morning, I guess. We're still half an hour. I am on the West Coast as well, like everybody else. My partner in crime, Keith Sinclair, I think you can see him there, he's waving his hand. He's on the East Coast, so he'll be staying up a little late tonight. But we are both on the same team with the Resource Center of Federal Highways, the Safety and Design Technical Service Team. Keith is actually he's stepping up, as you can see from my background here. Keith is stepping up because I asked him last minute, my other co-worker, Tim Taylor, who maybe some of you guys joined us last in May. He was also helping me present, but Keith is going to be helping monitor the chat portion while you have questions. This particular step presentation, or it's actually a series. It's today is the beginning, the second version of the general information with regards to safe transportation for every pedestrian. We are doing a series here, and so we will do some follow-up sessions with regards to more specific types of information, detailed information on various topics. Nicole will go ahead and put some of those in the evaluation forms. You'll be able to go ahead and select some of those. But with regards to my background, I'm been with Federal Highways for 23 years now, just last May. And most of that time has been in safety. I've also been an area engineer. I've worked as a liaison to NHTSA, had some different positions, but most of the time has been in safety, and most of that time has been in pedestrian safety. I am the co-lead for the STEP initiative, the EDC initiative for EDC 5, but we're really wrapping that up this particular summer. We'll be sort of finishing that up, even though there is technical assistance still that the Resource Center will continue to help with. And I'm glad that Keith Sinclair is actually on, because he is the lead for our focus states approach, pedestrian safety, pedestrian bicycle safety focus states approach. And I will have him introduce himself, but really California being a pedestrian and bicycle focus state, he can also provide a lot more assistance, technical assistance to you. So Keith, you want to just introduce yourself and give a little background on the focused approach?
Sure. Keith Sinclair, work with Peter at Federal Highway Administration in our Resource Center, where we function as sort of in-house consultants to our division offices and state DOTs. As one of the co-leads for the focused approach to safety for pedestrians and bikes, I do a lot of technology deployment on emerging pedestrian design techniques to enhance safety. And yeah, like Peter says, we have a host of workshops that are a host of technical service applications we can bring to you. We're here for your assistance. So anything more specific, Peter?
No, and I feel like I'm not to compare, but I feel like playing whack-a-mole trying to get everybody to hit the mute button. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, when you come in, if you can just double check to make sure you're on mute. There will be opportunities during the Q&A sessions that you can undo your mute and ask us questions. But for now, if you can just double check that. And I guess we actually service our division colleague Maria. I don't know if Maria, if you want to, have you. There you go. There's a video, and just do a quick introduction there.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Maria Bhatti. I am the Safety and Traffic Operations Engineer at the California Division Office of Federal Highways, and I'm also the ped bike safety point of contact for Federal Highways at the California Division. Thank you.
So really, everything goes through Maria first. You can reach out to us, but we will copy her if need be. But with that, Nicole, you want to take it back over and let's see, the agenda, or we're going to turn it over to Emily.
Yes. Emily, if you'd like to go ahead and share your presentation.
Sure. All right. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes, that looks great. Thank you, Emily.
Great. So I have a split screen here. So if I'm looking off to the side, that's why my camera's not on my other screen here. So thank you very much. My name is Emily Abrahams, and I work in the Division of Local Assistance at Caltrans. And my role is the project manager of the Active Transportation Resource Center, which in our partnership with FHWA has brought this training to you today. So we figured we would just take a few moments right at the beginning here to give you a little introduction of the Active Transportation Resource Center and what we do and what we can offer you in our services. So before I begin, I believe we have 2 polls. So the first poll, we just wanted to get a sense of where you work to see who's on the line today. I think there's about 200 people on the line. So this will give us a little more about you all and where you work.
Yeah, computer audio, click on the computer audio.
And yep, just another reminder for those just tuning in, make sure you put yourself on mute. All right, well, the poll results are coming in. It looks like over 50% are state government employees. I think there's a lot of Caltrans folks on, so that's wonderful. 3% regional government, 28% city and county, and a few advocacy nonprofit, a few private sector, and other. And we do have in here, I forgot to mention, if you do want to share where you work in the chat box, we'd love to hear. So cool, very, very good to know here. All right, so moving on to our second poll. This one is about if you are familiar with the ATRC. So this will give us a sense of if you've heard of it, if you know about it, if you've used it, or if not. And then hopefully my presentation today will be able to inform you. So we'll give it another 10 seconds or so. All right, it's looking a bit static here. So yeah, it's about a 30-70 split. So 30% of you roughly do know about it, and about 70% of you do not. So let me tell you about what the Active Transportation Resource Center is. All right, so the Active Transportation Resource Center, or ATRC, is a resource center, and our mission is to provide resources, technical assistance, and training to transportation partners across California to increase the opportunity for success of active transportation projects. So I like to think of it of those 3 buckets. We provide resources, technical assistance, and training. So I will tell you about what they are. So we have some current initiatives that are available to you today, and I'll talk through these right now. First, we offer training courses. So the second one on this slide right here, the FHWA training, I wanted to mention that first, as this is what you're on today. We have partnered with our expert trainers at FHWA who are giving a presentation on specifically pedestrian safety today, but we work with them to provide training based on your needs. So if you do have any specific active transportation training needs, let us know and we will coordinate with them and try to make something that can meet those needs for you. In addition, we have a bicycle transportation course on our website. It's an introductory course, so we have two offerings. One is a live virtual one-day course, and we just held one in May, and we will have another scheduled in November. And so this is a training where, again, we have a live instructor, goes through the material in a day, but there is limited capacity. Alternatively, we also have a self-paced online bicycle introductory training that you can visit on our website, register, and take the course, and it's on your own time. Take it whenever you want. It should take about 2 hours. So another great training resource for you. We also offer webinars, and we hold these roughly monthly. Majority of them focus on non-infrastructure or active transportation education encouragement programming. So we have 2 webinar series currently available. One of them is a webinar series called Perspectives, and the other one is a teleconference series called Synergy. And the teleconferences really focus more on like peer exchange and more discussion in which implementers can talk through challenges and successes with each other. All of our webinars, including past webinars, are archived on our website. So go check it out if you're interested in learning more and taking those webinars. In addition, we have an automated counter loan program available for you. So we have about 10 pieces of automated counter equipment that local agencies throughout the state can borrow to do bicycle and pedestrian counts. So if you're interested, you can go to our website, fill out an interest form, and we will work with you to match you with the right type of equipment for your situation. And you can borrow these for a short duration of time, conduct your counts, and then return them to us, and another agency can borrow them. So a really great program to take advantage of. We also offer technical assistance. So specifically in the non-infrastructure project type, we have some technical experts who can work with you one-on-one. You can give them a call, email them. They can help with workshops. They can do site visits and really assist you with your non-infrastructure programming needs. We also have a disadvantaged community technical assistance program, and this coincides with the active transportation program, which is a statewide grant program that has a call for projects every 2 years. And to coincide with that, we will work with agencies who encompass disadvantaged communities who may need just extra help or support in developing a competitive application. So we will work with them to do some project development, assist with application submittal, and hope for a competitive project to be submitted and hopefully funded, but it goes through the review committee at that point. Really quickly, I wanted to talk about some future initiatives. We have a few things on our plate that are coming up. So the first one is our evaluation and technical assistance contract. And so the intent of this is to provide technical experts to agencies throughout the state to collect data on active transportation projects. So things like helping to collect counts, collecting safety data, other benefits, and then working on an analysis to really show the successes and the improvements that these projects have established. In addition, we have a kit of parts pilot program coming up. And this is kind of similar to the loan program in that we will have a kit of demonstration project materials that an agency can borrow and conduct a demonstration event on a local roadway to show what infrastructure improvements could be on that roadway, and people can come and experience that type of improvement in a temporary setting and give some feedback. So we will hopefully have this available in the fall, and agencies will be able to borrow it and do their own demonstration project. SCAG in the Southern California region already has this program, and so we will build upon that for a statewide launch. We also are working on a statewide active transportation count database. So this will be a clearinghouse, a tool set of where agencies can store and analyze counts with a whole host of visualization capabilities and other functionalities and features. So we're getting started on this soon, and hopefully it will be available in a few years. Lastly, we have a ton of resources on our website and tools. We have an active transportation project benefit cost tool that's underway. Some more information and the actual tool will be coming soon. We also have some heat map crash data tools and a tool called Street Story that's put on by SafeTrek at UC Berkeley, and then guidance toolkits and materials as well. So here's a screenshot of our website. All the information I presented today, as well as probably more detail, is available. So, so please do remember our website, caatpresources.org, and go to our website, check it out, utilize our programs and services, and join our mailing list so that you can be most up to date on any new things we have launching, including trainings. So here's my contact information and my colleague, Summer Lopez, her contact information. So email us if you have any questions, or go to our website, and hopefully some questions could be answered there. So that's it from me. Thank you very much for listening, and we hope you learned more about the Active Transportation Resource Center.
Thanks, Emily. That is awesome. What a great resource that people have available there in California. And so I suspect that you're going to probably be pretty busy with
Yes.
getting the word out. So great. Next, we're going to go over to Jessica. And with regards to the California numbers, I'm going to focus more on the national and the general, but we wanted to also give you a perspective with regards to the California, some of the California information. So Jessica, want to take it away?
Thanks, Peter. And can you all see my screen or notes?
Yes, we can see your, just your screen. I guess the slide, no notes.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Peter. So my name is Jessie Downing. I'm the pedestrian and bicyclist safety specialist at Caltrans in our new division of safety programs. And I just wanted to kind of give you a quick overview of some of the organizational changes we've had at Caltrans, what we're looking at in terms of traffic safety trends in California, our safe system approach alignment, and then ultimately talk about our pedestrian systemic safety program. So our efforts to sort of lead a safety culture change began with just a kind of a fundamental change to the way we are working at Caltrans, and this started about this time last year. So in order to kind of establish a high level ongoing commitment to safety, we've made a couple of important organizational changes at the department. So in January, January 2020, we established our Chief Safety Officer position. And then in May, we established a new division. And so there's several high-level management positions that are devoted to safety. And then one of the other positions that was created was my position as the pedestrian and bicyclist safety coordinator. But to kind of wrap this up, in July 2020, we incorporated the 4 pillars, which I'll go over in just a second, of safety, and we actually are incorporating those into our strategic highway safety plan. And the one that I'd like to focus on the most is the implement a safe system approach. And these are the 4 pillars I was speaking about in the last slide. And if we could pop up the first poll question, I just want to get a kind of read of the virtual room to see if you're familiar with the safe system approach or what your level of familiarity with it is. But it looks like we're getting quite a few folks participating.
Let's see if we can hit 217 responses. Well, actually, with the instructors, it'll probably be like 210. Can we hit 200? Everybody responding?
Almost there. so far it sort of looks like we don't have a ton of familiarity with the safe system approach, which is fine. We'll hopefully give you some more information about that today. Yep, looks about like almost 60% of you don't have any familiarity with it. So basically, hang on, I'm trying to get the poll off of here. There we go. So the new approach is really defined by a sense of urgency around safety. And in addition to that urgency, we're also committed to these 4 pillars to guide our new safety paradigm, which is to double down on what works, accelerate advanced technology, implement a safe system approach, which, like I said, we'll focus on today, and then to integrate equity. One of the things I also wanted to mention is that when we were talking about implementing a safe system approach, if you've heard of Vision Zero, this is sort of how we get to that goal. So to wrap up kind of the safety trends in California, safety has always been our top priority. However, our numbers have been trending in the wrong direction for some time now. And every year, about 3,600 individuals die on California's transportation system. And that's all public roads on and off the state highway system. So there's an average about 10 deaths per day, and about 3 of those are our most vulnerable road users, so people who bike and walk. And we don't want to normalize this. We can do better. So we need to do things differently, and now we're trying to do that. So our shift began last year as we sort of critically reevaluated our approach to traffic safety, and then we found numerous ways that we could improve it. We're working to better understand the impacted populations throughout the state by income, minority, age, and then several other variables. These infographics that you can see on the screen here are part of the California specific data analysis we've done so far on equity. And this will help us in all aspects of improving safety for underserved road users, from fairness in the planning process to engaging those populations, to identifying the potential actions to aid in reducing fatalities and serious injuries. So this is a really interesting tool that I wanted to highlight for you all. And as I mentioned on the previous slide, we're looking at different ways we can analyze crash data with respect to equity. So in addition, we're also looking at all crash data collection and analysis. And these 2 efforts reflect the safe system principle that safety is proactive, and are part of a data-driven approach to support all of those safe system principles. Throughout the state, many of our partners are including or have expressed an interest in using like a user-friendly dashboard that can visually summarize and query crash data for the state and their agency. And they've specifically wanted to look at identifying proactive ways to address fatal and serious injury crashes. So this is a public-facing dashboard that's now live on Caltrans Safety and SHSP website. And the ultimate purpose is to provide practitioners and stakeholders with direct access to crash data to support a more data-driven implementation of the state highway system, the SHSP and other safety programs. And the dashboard is really targeted at the regional and district level to look at risk factors associated with fatal and serious injury crashes, and not necessarily hotspot identification. So it doesn't get into specific roadways or micro level safety analysis, but it is a really great tool, and I do have it linked right here at the bottom, and I can share that in the chat too after I'm finished. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about our more recent programs and the Pedestrian Safety Systemic Monitoring Program. This program is based on systemic safe system concepts, and it really illustrates at the program level what we're trying to do as a state. And while the Caltrans Pedestrian Systemic Safety Program shares a lot of components with the safe system approach, I think it really relates especially to 2 components in particular, which are that safety is proactive and that element of safe roads. Oh, I actually wanted to pop this up one more time with the poll and just get a quick read on if your agency is implementing a safe system approach. Probably get similar responses to the first question, but be nice to see if there is any activity going on with implementing the safe system approach across the state. Got about 75, 80. Hopefully we can get to around 150 or 200 to see
Yeah,
kind of.
hey Jesse, if I'm wondering if those people who are responding C or D, maybe if they want to put their information in the chat pod, just so that we sort of know, maybe we might be able to contact them. I know Federal Highways at the national level, we're collecting a lot more information and very interested in hearing from those that are. So it'd be great if maybe you can just jot your agency and let us know that you are implementing.
Yeah, that would be great. Interesting too, because not a lot of people knew about the safe system approach, but it looks like there are some agencies that are implementing it. Great. Looks like it's leveled off kind of now. So interested or started, that's pretty interesting that that's kind of the results we got there. So I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the pedestrian systemic program. And it addresses serious pedestrian injuries and fatalities before they occur. And that uses a combination of statistical analysis, crash modeling, and risk analysis. So I'll give you kind of a high level overview of how that works. So first we look at data from crashes, we gather that data and perform an analysis and do some modeling using a systemic safety model that was developed by researchers at University of California, Berkeley, UC Berkeley. And this model identifies locations, or what we sometimes call hotspots, that are at high risk for future crashes, and they're based on specific features, context, and characteristics. So importantly, we're proactively identifying locations at high risk for future crashes, not necessarily in this program looking at locations where crashes have already occurred. We have a separate program for that. So for instance, if based on our past crash data, we notice that there's locations with a certain number of intersections that have a high rate of pedestrian fatalities, we can then identify other similar locations where those crashes haven't happened yet and develop some solutions to prevent and mitigate those potential serious injuries and fatalities. And then we also prioritize the locations that we get. So once we have that systemic list from crash data patterns in each district, we apply a prioritization process to sort those locations to determine the most pressing intervention needed. So this included the collisions, but there are several other variables that as well to prioritize for children, seniors, and then other equity concerns for disadvantaged communities. And that's all for me. I'll go ahead and keep my contact information up there if you need it. And that will be all. I'll turn it back over to Peter.
Thanks, Jesse. And I think there are some questions in the chat pod for you over there. So it'll be and that's one way that you will go ahead and communicate with us regarding questions. Nicole will also take the chat and we'll collect all that information and send it out, I believe, correct, Nicole?
Yes, that's correct. We'll take all of the questions from the chat box and create a Q&A document that we will post along with the recording of this webinar so that everyone will have the information available. So if you do have a question, go ahead and place it in the chat box. We will answer it on here or on the Q&A document.
And I'll have, during one of the Q&A breaks, so we could maybe, if Jesse or Keith see some particular ones that may be more needing of discussion rather than trying to type out a long answer, depending on time, we might go ahead and take a couple of those as well. So, but thank you, Jesse. That's great information with regards to what you guys are doing in California. And it looks like, you know, we're in line with the federal, because once again, safe system is a big emphasis for us at the national level. We are developing more material and training and so forth. But in many ways, the STEP program and a lot of the training that you've had in the past probably already incorporates safe system. It's just the way that it's packaged. The one thing though, with regards to safe system, and that's why we're here, is with regards to fatals and serious injuries. You know, the numbers, as you saw, were too high. And maybe if I can get a, let's see, an emojicon with regards to, if you can see my presentation. That way I could also know that if you're able to interact with me. I've got some, okay, everyone being able to find those, great. And so safe transportation or STEP, safe transportation for every pedestrian, really is a portion of a workshop that we've been delivering for some time. And actually California was one of the first states that we started doing these workshops called the Designing for Pedestrian Safety 101. Keith Sinclair and myself, there's our contact information. I believe you also have our bios and stuff, but you can go ahead and after the workshop, if you need to get a hold of us. Obviously, Maria is your first line of contact, but we're available for you as well. But back in 2004 is when I first started in the pedestrian safety area, and that's where a lot of pedestrian and bike safety was really more of a stepchild. It was sort of an afterthought at that time, and it was really hard trying to get, engineers, people at the DOT to think about pedestrians. And we've come a long way since then, because now it seems like we've got all the attention, no longer the stepchild, sort of the first child. Getting all the attention. And I think it's going to continue in the next few years, that there's going to be a lot of emphasis on this. With regards to roadway fatalities, roadway departures and intersections, those were our top two. But a lot of emphasis has been placed on those over the years. And I think we've made a lot of progress, but still to do. But yet now a lot of agencies are starting to go towards pedestrian safety, because the numbers, as just like in California, if you saw that graph, it was going in the wrong direction. So as far as national numbers, overall highway fatalities, they increased by 9% between 2010 and 2019, while pedestrian fatalities increased 44% during that same period. And so therefore, a lot of emphasis. And, unfortunately, to me, I've been in this for some time, and we saw the numbers starting to go down, but now we're starting to see them go up, and we're wondering what's going on. And so it's a little discouraging, but yet we do know what works. And that's what I want to present to you today, is some of the treatments and things that you can do right away with regards to improving the roadways for pedestrian safety. Now, we do realize that there are walking along the type road crashes. People who walk along the road on sidewalks and shoulders are great. They're a great countermeasure, but the majority of pedestrian fatalities, they occur when people cross the roadway. And why is that? Because you have conflict points, right? Vehicles going one direction and pedestrians trying to cross the road, you got those conflict points. And so 72% of pedestrian fatalities occur at non-intersection locations, more mid-block locations. Places where, it's people want to cross, but there is no, maybe hundreds of feet or maybe even miles to the nearest, probably protected crossing that they can to safely cross. And so people aren't necessarily willing to walk that far, so they're doing mid-block crossings. And if we haven't provided for them those crossings, a lot of these locations, people are getting hit and killed. 27% of pedestrian fatalities occur at intersections. So intersections are important, but of those 27%, about 16 to 17% are at uncontrolled locations, meaning there is no signals or stop signs. And so we do have one treatment in our, what we call the Spectacular 7 with regards to working, that would work at signalized locations called the LPI, but the majority of this will be with regards to uncontrolled crossing locations at intersections or mid-block. So if you think about the last 15 months, I'm wondering how many of you have actually increased the amount of walking that you have, that you normally have done prior to the pandemic. Maybe just a quick, you can give me an emoji-con with regards to if you've gone more, if you're doing more walking. And as you're maybe giving me that emoji-con, think about when you're walking. Do you typically think about where you're crossing? Are you crossing mid-block where there's maybe no treatments? Or are you going to intersections? Do you think intersections are safer than mid-block crossings? So just think about this as, yourself, when you cross, have you ever crossed mid-block? Well, a lot of people do cross mid-block, and oftentimes as engineers, we think, people should go to those locations where we provided them a crosswalk or, go to the signals, right? But crossing mid-block can actually have some benefits because you're only looking at traffic in one direction, having to find that gap, get out to, and especially if you have a two-way left turn lane, even without a pedestrian refuge island, you only have to look at traffic in one direction, and then you look at traffic in the other direction, look for the gaps, and then you cross. While at an intersection, if you think about it, you have to look, you still have the traffic from the left and traffic from the right, but you got to figure out those gaps. But then you also do have the left turners and the right turners. So you actually have more conflict points at an intersection. And so for us to maybe, say everybody should go to intersections, whether protected or not, there are issues or more conflict points, and so more chances for, pedestrian fatalities and serious injuries. So that's just a little bit of background with regards to why we want to, focus on crossings and specifically on mid-block crossings. Now, I don't know in Caltrans, obviously we're covering the entire state today, but do you have policies with regards to maybe providing mid-block crossings? I know that discussion is happening more, and we are getting more mid-block crossings because that's where the data shows that a lot of those crashes are happening. But I do know that when I travel across, when I was out in the traveling around the country and still doing it somewhat virtually, that agencies say, some agencies actually say we don't do mid-block crossings. And they've got their various reasons for why they don't do it, but it's like, well, if people are crossing mid-block, then shouldn't you provide them, and getting hit, shouldn't you be providing them those crossings, protected crossings? Now, if you're going to provide those crossings, you want to make sure that you do it according to the latest research and the best practice, which in 2005 or 2008, actually, sorry, a little here. This one's 2005, the safety effects of marked versus unmarked crosswalks at uncontrolled crossing locations. Hopefully everybody has either heard of this or actually read it and understand the principles behind this. But just this is sort of the basis for our pedestrian crossing workshop here, is that there was a lot learned with regards to how to mark or not mark at uncontrolled crossing locations, whether mid-block or at intersections. Graham Mark, Charlie Zagier, who's one of the authors, and we often refer to it as the Zagier study. But in this research, basically it said that on 2-lane roads, whether you marked a crosswalk or you didn't, there was really no significant difference in the crash rate. So whether you mark it or whether you didn't, just a marked crosswalk, no significant difference in the crash rate. Now note that these, I should also note that the speeds on all these locations that they looked at, which were 1,000 marked crosswalks, and then 1,000 comparison site locations that were not marked. And everything was at 40 miles per hour or less. On multi-lane roads, 3 or more lanes, if it was under 12,000 ADT, the average daily traffic, whether you marked a crosswalk or whether you didn't, really no significant difference in the crash rate, okay? Now, if you were over 12,000 ADT with no median, or over 15,000 ADT even with the median, if all you did was a marked crosswalk, at these locations, you can actually expect to see more crashes at those locations than if you didn't mark it. Did you catch that? So over 12,000 ADT without a median, or over 15,000 even with the median on three or more lanes, okay? So multi-lane roads with those ADTs with or without a median, if all you did was a marked crosswalk, you can expect to see more crashes at those locations than if you didn't mark it. So when the public calls and says, hey, we want to mark, we can't get across this road and, we want a crosswalk here, should you just go out there and put a marked crosswalk out there? Well, in some sense, if that's all you did, in some situations, you might be actually making it worse for them. Because you can expect more based upon the research, you might expect more crashes at those locations than if you didn't do anything at all. So this was very surprising. So some people early on, when they saw this research, they said, well, then we're not going to do any marked crosswalks at these locations because people are you get more probability that people are going to get hit. And so they said, no crosswalks. Do you think the researchers who did this, Charlie Zagier and others, do you think that that would be one of the recommendations? Is that, well, people need to cross here, but since ADT medians or no medians, at these high ADTs, multi-lanes, you shouldn't mark crosswalks. Some people took it that way, but that was not a recommendation from the research. What it actually says is that you need to do more than just a marked crosswalk at those locations. Emphasis over the 12,000 ADT with no median, or over 15,000 even with the median, you need to do more than just a marked crosswalk, because people are still trying to get across the roadway there. And what our responsibility is to do is to be able to help them get safely across. So that 2008 study, in that report, you will see there was a graph there, or a table there, which showed on the left the number of lanes, and along the top, the ADTs and the speeds, various ADTs. And so this table had some variables, some letters C, P, and N, which said this was a candidate for doing marked crosswalks. P was more like, well, you need to do more than just marked crosswalk, but it's like sort of you need to think about doing more. And then N, which is really you absolutely need to do more than just a marked crosswalk there. However, in that Zagir study, they didn't actually state what type of treatment to be putting in there. And at that time, back in 2008, there was a lot of our treatments that we recommend now that didn't really have crash reduction factors and a lot of research. And so that's why they probably just made the suggestion that you need to do more, but didn't give specific treatments. What we did in 2018 with the EDC initiative step, a guide was developed, the guide for improving pedestrian safety at uncontrolled crossing locations. So once again, these are at uncontrolled crossing locations, meaning no signals, no stop signs, whether at intersections or mid-block crossings. But in this, we took the number of lanes, the ADTs and the speeds, and in here, we recommended various types of treatments, which we call the spectacular 6, okay? And so we will cover those spectacular 6. You'll also hear
what happened?
You'll also hear spectacular 7, because we did include in this last round of EDC the LPI, which is at a signalized location, but you won't find that on this table or in the guide. So this is if anything that you get out of this workshop, we recommend that you take a look at this table, because it's probably the best thing since sliced bread, I like to say. And it's something that you can use right, if you got a project tomorrow and you're like going, what type of, pedestrian crossing treatment should I put out there? This is a really good resource to a first check, okay? As to recommend, it's a guide. It's not like absolute. Now, some agencies have actually taken it and said, this is what we're going to do. But but as far as federal highways is concerned at the federal level, this is a guide for you to take. And if you want to customize it for your agency as well, that's fine. Okay. So why on those multiple lanes and higher ADTs and the speeds, why are they having more crashes? Well, one of the reasons possibly may be due to this multi-threat situation. How many of you have ever been out walking and, on a multi-lane road, and that first vehicle stops for you, and maybe you're not quite paying attention, you sort of walk past that first one, and then you don't see that second car, like in this situation here, and that person brakes or you jump back. Now, I suspect that, oh, thank you. Is it Malin? Yeah, I think everybody in their lifetime, if you've done any walking, and everybody is a pedestrian at one point, they've had that experience. And so this multi-threat situation is really problematic, okay? So here you have that first car A stops, and it's like right at the crosswalk, blocks that sight triangle for car B, so car B doesn't realize maybe why they're stopping. And you saw in this picture, maybe they thought it was a transit stop. So there's various reasons, but there is a low-cost treatment that we'll talk about a little later that can help with regards to that. The other general principle that we want to talk about is the speed. As I noted, everything in that Zagir study is 40 miles and under. So 40 miles and over, really, you need to do more than just the marked crosswalk. Even on a 2-lane road, we would recommend that you do more. You look at doing more than just a marked crosswalk. But with regards to speed is a huge issue, and speed is, with regards to the safe system, very a major part of that. And what we're trying to do is manage kinetic energy. And the faster you're going, and especially for pedestrians, the more likely, the higher chance of death with regards to the higher speed. So at 40 miles per hour, 77% chance that that person is going to die. You know, pedestrians are more vulnerable. And then if you think about the older pedestrians and younger pedestrians, you know, they are more high, even a higher, but this is on average. And with regards to different graphs of this nature, we've got some that are even in the 80% range. So these are just some averages off of one study. But at 20 miles per hour, 18% chance that that pedestrian is going to be killed. And so you can see that huge difference. With regards to the driver's perspective, when a driver is going 20 miles per hour, their cone of vision, you can see a lot more with regards to your peripheral. While if you're going faster, you're really focused more down the road, what's going on, those turns, the lights and so forth. So you actually, your cone of vision is much smaller. And so you may not be able to see or detect those pedestrians on the side and be able to react as quickly. So speed is a huge issue. Once again, that 40 miles per hour, you know, it's high, that's a very high 77% chance of death, okay? So with that, we've got a great video here that Nicole's gonna play for you. And note that this is a Australian PSA. So it's at 65 kilometers per hour down to, and 60 kilometers per hour that they're comparing, which translates just to 40 and 37, okay? Nicole, do I need to stop sharing here for you to, I suspect, for you to do yours, or can you just take over?
We'll change the mind.
Yes, just give me just one moment if you want to stop sharing and I will share my screen. And Peter, we also have a poll question if you want to go back to that after the video.
Great, thank you.
Share my screen. And then just a friendly reminder, the volume might be a little low, so go ahead and turn up the volumes on your computer. I will have mine up at max volume. I just want to make sure you get the full experience. Okay, I'll go ahead and launch the video.
About speeding. Two identical cars, one travelling at 60, the other at 65. A sudden change in the road ahead, and both drivers first react, and then, a moment later, they brake. And things start to get interesting. Down here, the difference is extraordinary. In the last 5 metres of braking, you wipe off half your speed. So this car is still doing 32 k's when it hits. This one also hits, but only at 5 k's. So no matter how good a driver you are, 5 k's difference up there makes 27 k's difference down here.
Wow, that came out so much smoother with you doing that. So appreciate that, Nicole.
Perfect. I'm very glad to hear that. I hope everyone was able to hear the volume.
Yeah, hopefully everybody else, maybe if you give a thumbs up if that came through very well. Sure, great, awesome. Well, now we know what works. After 15 months, we're still figuring some things out, right? So, but, and Nicole is keeping me honest because I'm going to go back. Well, let me finish, just make the comments on this video. Pretty impact, you know, videos are great because you're like, you can explain that 3 mile per hour difference, but when you see it, you can just imagine if that car that was going 65 miles per hour hitting the trailer, if that was a pedestrian, what that impact must, you know, would be. So more like a fatal or serious injury versus the car that's going 60 miles or 60 kilometers per hour, 37, only a 3 mile per hour difference could possibly be just a minor injury or avoidance altogether. And so that's the huge difference with regards to just 3 miles per hour and why speed. A lot of what we're doing in the step treatments, it's going to be able to affect drivers being able to detect pedestrians, maybe slow down that 3 miles per hour so we can avoid that fatal or serious injury. I'm going to go back just here a second, and Nicole's going to bring up a poll because I did want to ask with regards to how familiar you were with the table 1 of the guide. And so, Nicole, can you bring up that poll, or do I need to stop sharing to do that? Oh,
The poll should be up right now.
thank you. Yep, can see it.
Great.
And so if you can, with regards to this table 1, how familiar you are, if you just downloaded it, or if you've actually, oh, great, incorporated into agency design process already. Awesome. Downloaded it, heard, but not have downloaded yet. So today is your opportunity to take some time to download it. The PDF version we put a lot of links into that PDF that you've downloaded so that it's nice and easy to be able to whether view the video again here or download the guide and so forth. So I'm glad to see that some people have actually downloaded and used it. Not a high percentage, but good to see. Hopefully the rest of you will be able to do the same, because it is one of the best things out there that as far as with regards to helping you decide what type of treatment to put at these different crossings. So thank you, Nicole. All right. So going back to speed here, with regards to the fact that if you're going 40 miles per hour, it's going to take you about 350 feet as far as the reaction and braking distance. And so once again, you can see here with regards to 30 and 20, as far as reacting only 100 feet at 20 miles per hour to be able to stop, to react and stop. So huge it's going to be something that's going to be coming throughout the theme throughout the presentation. As far as California, with regards to crossing laws, how many of you guys actually know the crossing laws or have looked up crossing laws? As designers, I'm wondering, so some of you may, some of you may not. Oftentimes when we do this live workshop, it's like only a few people. And we actually, I know most of the laws across the states because I have to do this workshop, but it's, and it's pretty similar across. But here in California, you guys actually do have a vehicle shall yield the right of way to pedestrians crossing the roadway within any marked crosswalk or within any unmarked crosswalk at an intersection. Okay. So as far as pedestrians, in marked or you guys specifically say unmarked at intersections. Now we'll go over what marked and unmarked crosswalks are at intersections, but vehicles have to yield. It's a shall yield, okay? So not a stop condition. Some states have stops, other states have yield. California is the yield. And there's not that much difference, to be honest, but other than the fact that now you have to know what sign to use in the METCD, okay? So you will be using the yield signs for the yielding, the crosses. The other point that I wanted to get to here is and this is specifically the code with regards to in crosswalks, okay? The driver of a vehicle approaching a pedestrian with any marked or unmarked crosswalk shall exercise all due care and shall reduce the speed of the vehicle or take any action relating to the operation of the vehicle as necessary to safeguard the safety of the pedestrian, okay? So I thought that was a little nuance that not all other states have that code as far as shall reduce the speed of the vehicle at the, so when they see crosswalks, they really should be pulling their foot off the accelerator. And I say accelerator instead of gas now because I know California, you guys have a lot of Teslas out there. But they should be backing off, right? So I thought that was good because that will help, that 3 mile per hour. The next thing here is as far as the responsibility of pedestrians outside of crosswalks. So every pedestrian up on a roadway at any point other than within a marked crosswalk or within an unmarked crosswalk at an intersection shall yield the right of way to all vehicles upon the roadway so near as to constitute an immediate hazard. So really, there's this idea of pedestrians who they're not legally able to cross mid-block if there's not a crosswalk, and they think that's jaywalking, and people are sometimes afraid to get tickets for this jaywalking situation. But the law actually states that if a pedestrian is not in a crosswalk, they can still cross. It's just that they've got to yield the right of way to the vehicle, okay? So, and most states are this way, okay? Now there is a caveat. There is one situation which I'll bring up here in a second, which it's a little nuanced, but California, it looks like you guys actually might be trying to get rid of that little caveat. But let's get into seeing if you understand this. At an intersection, basically you have a pedestrian pathway, like the sidewalk, you can see it carries through that intersection. So at A, you actually have a marked crosswalk crossing Main Street. On the other side of Main Street at point A, you actually have a unmarked crosswalk. Even though it's not marked, it is a continuation of that sidewalk, the pedestrian path through that intersection. So at that point A, you actually, at that intersection, you have both an unmarked and a marked crosswalk. Now at B, you have unmarked crosswalks all the way around. Okay, and at C, we have a mid-block, we don't have a mid-block crosswalk. I'm going to ask you a question as to who has the right of way at these locations. So we got a mid-block crossing at C. They're going to cross at A and B, and so we'll say. So at A, who's got the right of way? The pedestrians or the, let's see, and I guess I'm going to have to, let's see if we can do a thumbs up or something. Pedestrians, oh, let me, I'm gonna have to get my chat out here to see what people are typing in. Ped. Okay, everyone understands that at A, you've got the pedestrian has the right of way, both at the marked and unmarked crosswalk. Okay, at B, who's got the right of way? Somebody put vehicle at B. I see a lot more peds, so good. So at B, you actually, the pedestrians still have the right of way at B because it is a unmarked crosswalk. Now, the thing is that most people don't realize that, both drivers and pedestrians. Oftentimes when I'm driving, I see, pedestrians waving me on as this like, hey, you've got the right of way, but at a unmarked crosswalk at an intersection, they still have the right of way. Okay. So that, let's look at C. Who's got the right of way at C then? Does the vehicle have to yield to the pedestrian or the pedestrian for the vehicle? Yep, you all got, for those that said vehicles have to have the right of way, pedestrians have to yield to the vehicle, you are correct. So at C, pedestrians can still cross mid-block. It's just that they have to yield the right of way to the vehicles. So at A and B, because there are both at A, a marked crosswalk there, and at B, unmarked crosswalks, but they both still state that the pedestrian has the right of way with regards to crossing Main Street. Okay. Hopefully that's clear. Maybe during the, maybe take a, if it isn't, well, let me go through one more scenario here, which is an exception. In California, you do have this little piece that says between adjacent intersections controlled by traffic control signal devices or by police officers, pedestrians shall not cross the roadway at any place except in a crosswalk. Now, this basically does not state with regards to how far or near close those adjacent intersections have to be. So if those adjacent intersections are a mile apart, pedestrians can't cross between those two signalized intersections because of this code. Now, my understanding is they are trying to get rid of this, and so in the future, it won't be so hard. But right now, by law, pedestrians are not allowed to cross mid-block between two adjacent intersections. So here at B, that is between two adjacent intersections. That is a mid-block crossing. So if you had pedestrians in an apartment building on one side trying to get over to the Chick-fil-A on the other side, or in and out, I guess, in California, right? Then you guys would, they would have to go to the signal to legally cross because there is no mid-block crossing between there. There is no side, there is no road like in at A, you actually have a T intersection with a road there. So a pedestrian could actually cross there at A legally, even though it's not a marked crosswalk there, they can cross there. But at B, they cannot because there is no road in between those two signalized intersections. So once again, they are trying to cross. So the best thing to do actually is if there are people trying to cross at that location, to provide a mid-block crosswalk, right? See, I think I'm seeing people nod their heads. Yes. All right. So hopefully that's clear. Let me go ahead and stop there for a second with regards to seeing if there is any questions. I know that we'll take more questions later on in about half an hour after we get through this first section, but I just want to make sure that this is clear, everything that I've Keith or anyone else, or Keith, if you can let me know if there's any questions that maybe might take a little more time to just explain if something's not unclear.
Oh, Peter, there were some good conversations going on in the chat pod regarding, where to cross the road and people's comfort level with crossing the road. You might want to talk a little bit about demographics and how people are trained to cross the road differently in different parts of the world, and how we need to account for that in our projects.
Actually, you want to take that one? Give me a. All right.
Yeah, I'll take it. Well, there are so many people in the room here. Generally, when Peter and I are doing this workshop, we ask for a raise of hands to see if anyone had been trained outside of the United States on how to cross the roadway as a pedestrian. And that leads into a discussion, whereas different parts of the world train their pedestrians to cross the roadway differently. Here in America, we train our pedestrians to go to intersections, while in other countries, they train their pedestrians to cross mid-block. So if you're in an area with a large demographic of people who have been trained to cross mid-block, you're going to want to account for that in your design, either by a re-education program or either incorporating some good mid-block crossings. And I saw some comments in the chat pod where people feel more comfortable crossing mid-block. Peter's going to talk about that coming up fairly shortly. I also saw some comments about driver training and how many people don't know the pedestrian laws that you just went over, Peter, and where they can legally cross a roadway, including law enforcement. And that leads to fostering some ongoing conversations with law enforcement, some ongoing training opportunities where we can discuss these issues, get law enforcement's perspective on pedestrian and bike issues, and also get them educated on how our facilities are designed to be operated. Because the law enforcement gets very little training in pedestrian and bike laws in the academy and on the job unless they have some pretty proactive supervisors. I'll leave it at that.
All right. Thanks, Keith. Okay, with that, I'm actually getting a recommendation that we maybe take the 15-minute break here at this point. Why don't we go ahead and do that? And Nicole, do you have a countdown by chance that you can share on your screen, or?
I can add a countdown, no problem.
Okay, so 15 minutes then?
Yes, sounds good. I will place the countdown in just a moment.
Okay. And if anybody wants to stick around during the break, I will be here, and or Keith and I will both stick around a little bit and maybe field some questions, look through the chat if you did want to stick around. And by the way, is anybody hearing my neighbor mowing the lawn? his leaf blower broke, but I guess his lawnmower did it. But thank you, Marilyn. Maybe I think the noise canceling. I think I have a camera that actually has with the microphone noise canceling. So good.
Yeah, I think you're good.
All right, thank you. All right, let's see. Let's go through here. If a pedestrian is struck by a vehicle when the pedestrian traveling on the roadway outside of a marked or unmarked crosswalk, is the vehicle at fault or is the pedestrian at fault? Does the California Vehicle Code specify this? I believe it's not knowing all the situation, but according to the law or the code that stated, if they're outside of a marked or unmarked crosswalk, the pedestrian is supposed to yield to the vehicle. Now, it doesn't mean that the vehicle can run down all pedestrians. Obviously, there's responsibility on both sides. But according to the code, it looks like probably the pedestrian didn't yield to the vehicle if they got struck. So it's more responsibility to the pedestrian outside of marked or unmarked crosswalks. Hopefully that answers
Got
that.
it. Yes, thank you for that response. Yeah, I was just curious if it was kind of the responsibility of the vehicle to kind of always be cautious, or if that was codified somewhere. I mean, it makes sense as common sense. I was just curious about the legality of it.
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
in the PDF with the those links, it shows take you to the law. It does state in the code that there is still responsibility on the driver's part. But in that particular case, I think I'm not an attorney, but according to the code, the way I read it, probably the higher responsibility would fall on the pedestrian.
Peter,
Thank you.
Yes.
I see a question where someone wants to see a street view of, I guess, the crossings at A, B, or C. They want to see the connection between the sidewalk and the intersection. I'm kind of curious of why or what they think would change via that connection. Although Peter didn't mention it, the way a sidewalk is defined in the law is basically the area that's set aside for the pedestrians' use. It doesn't necessarily have to be a paved area, because the law doesn't say accessible sidewalk, it just says sidewalk. So you can have a grass area there that when you look at it and extend it across the intersection, that's still a unmarked crosswalk, and you basically have an unmarked sidewalk. So I don't know who asked that question because all I see is their California code number there.
Okay. Let's see. Some friends of mine crossed the marked crosswalk at a signalized intersection with no cars around and no ped signal on for them, and got ticketed by the city officer. Should they not have been ticketed? Let's see. No ped signal on. So if that sounds like it was don't walk, the red hand, if they crossed. Now, yeah, that's something else that, I guess at signalized locations, if the pedestrian head is saying don't walk, then if you cross, that is, you can get an infraction for that. Now, a lot of people, if it's like, 11 o'clock at night and there's no cars around, are you going to wait but so I thought that, that officer is probably, I guess,
Following the letter of the law, but not really the spirit, I would say.
Yeah.
I sort of read that at first that there was no ped head. And so the pedestrian was meant to look up at the signal and try to gauge when they were supposed to walk. And that becomes even more dubious if there's no ped head.
Okay. Thanks, Nicole. I'm good here though. I think everyone, yeah, actually it was a good time for the break since some people might be grabbing their lunch, and feel free to eat and listen. Maybe grab some popcorn.
I am going to step away for a quick restroom stop. Be right back.
Okay. Yeah, you can. I'm good. I took care of all that prior. Let's see. If you have a neighborhood exit between two adjacent signalized signals, can you cross there? A neighborhood exit. So that'd be a street. If it's between those, so if it's considered a street, and I guess I'm not familiar with the code with, and I'm not sure if Kimberly, if you've taken a break or not, but, I think Nicole will take these chat questions and we'll respond to them as well. The ones that we don't respond to here in the chat, we'll take all these. But if there is a street between adjacent intersections or two intersections, then it's not adjacent. So now some people have asked, does an alleyway count? That I'm not sure. That gets to how California code sort of views or interprets that adjacent street, if they look at alleys, private roads, and so forth. But if it's a public road, and I suspect even a private road, then it would not make it two signalized adjacent to each other. We have to account for disabled individuals as much as blind persons work. Yes, we will talk about that. That is a very, ADA is an issue that we will also address here somewhat, but there is an entire ADA workshop as well. And so, but that is something that is important. I think ADA, the disabled, as well as maintenance, those are things that often are sometimes forgotten, and but they're very important. So. And if anybody wants to unmute themselves, that's also, you're fine to do that. Ali says this information should be taught to anyone getting a driver's license. And I think a lot of agencies are changing, the education portion with regards to looking for pedestrians and even like the newer types of traffic control. And but the issue is that there's a lot of the public, you get your driver's license, and unless you're turning 70 or 80, I don't know when you have to, in California, when you have to retake the test. Most people don't get this information.
Yeah, I think just to expand on that too, I don't know, I was kind of thinking we've seen safe routes to school programs, rise in popularity. And so a lot of adults never went through those programs when they were, in elementary and middle school. So almost like a safe routes to school, but for adults would be awesome. When they're going through their driving exams, that sort of thing. I know here in California, some of our bicycle advocates have really been pushing for that with the DMV. So we'll see where it goes. But yeah, just my personal opinion, I guess.
No, I agree with you. And I think there's, definitely opportunity. One thing, these days, as far as, using influencers in like YouTube and people who are influencers on the web, social media, they may actually, it may actually reach more people than possibly some of the, the public, who watches television, the public television stations these days, so I think there's definitely opportunities as far as looking at other forms of outreach that people can have to get the word out.
Yeah, agreed. I'll throw in the chat. SACOG has a really great public information campaign. I'll put a link in there in case folks want to look at it. But yeah, it really humanizes the importance of slowing down. And yeah, I'll throw it in there in a sec.
Awesome, thank you. Nicole, you'll have to share that site for the countdown with me.
Sure thing. I just Googled it.
Okay. And you're just doing the share screen then?
What was that?
You're just doing a share screen then?
Yeah, so I just Googled countdown and then selected, clicked on a couple links to see which worked best for what we needed and entered in 15 minutes and shared just a portion of my screen so you can just see the countdown.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, I'll send you the link. I'll do that right now.
So do you know if Zoom allows for 2 people to share their screen at the same time?
So the short answer is yes, multiple people can share their screen at the same time, but they would need to toggle back and forth. So I believe
not a split screen.
Yeah, it wouldn't be able to be, not a split screen or anything like that, but it would just, you would have to like go to your viewing options and then you could click on whomever is sharing if there's multiple people.
Okay. Yeah, that would be nice if as I'm doing the presentation that if you can overlay like a clock over it and then you don't have to keep going back and forth.
Yeah, well, and maybe that will be on their next update.
So funny. As I mentioned, my neighbor, I'm glad that the sound suppression, I guess, on the computer is working, but it was like, oh, lawn mowing day.
Yeah, I'm really glad that worked out. I did a couple test runs with Tracy beforehand, so that helped.
Well, I already told my one pedestrian joke, so I guess I'll have to find some other ones, but thinking maybe at the end, depending, we do have the step song. Maybe I'll have to bring that up.
There's always Google. You could just Google a joke.
I didn't share the step song with you last time, did I?
I don't think so.
Okay. We'll see how it goes. I should have actually sent you that file as well. Maybe we'll see how it plays on my end, but that was really, it came out very, didn't even have any breaks for the video. So I don't know, you must have the high speed, very high speed.
I'm glad. And we actually just got a new wire because some squirrels chewed on our wire, our Wi-Fi wire, so we had to replace it. I hear some giggling. It's happened. I guess it's happened to more people than just us.
Oh,
some of the wires are insulated with like soy type of material that animals tend to chew on them because of that.
Yeah, I have some wonderful squirrel stories I can tell. Like coming back from vacation and found that one had gotten in my house. Wrecked all types of damage. But Peter, when we start back, there's a good question in the chat pod from Lindell.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and we're starting back up. So why don't you go ahead and share that?
Lindell asks that due to typically small numbers of pedestrian collisions, should not all incidents be captured, even if there is no injury or a slight injury? And less severe collisions could be severe except by the grace of God. That's true. And there are uncounted, unreported incidents as well. So why is this data being left out? And that is a multifaceted issue. Going from, the actual crash report is only filled out when there's a fatality involving a pedestrian and a moving motorized vehicle. If a pedestrian is only injured, they may bounce up and not want to report the collision and move on. Especially in certain demographic areas, or if they don't want to be on the radar of law enforcement whatsoever, they'll move off on their own and seek injury assistance elsewhere. So it's really hard to capture those numbers. Another reason why they develop really good partnerships with your stakeholders, and one of those stakeholders should be your local trauma center and medical community and EMS technicians and religious institutions or social work institutions who may have some good numbers on that.
Yeah, great point. And so I know that Craig Allred, one of our colleagues, has really brought that up and trying to get more research and trying to improve that system. So there is some progress being made on it that may be slower than we like, but you know, hopefully agencies like you know, those in California are you know, working on improving that, and I believe that they are. So. All right, let's get back. We've got about a little over 2 hours or 2.5 hours, and we're going to cover the spectacular 7. Okay, so these can be, once again, at mid-block locations, at uncontrolled crossing locations, and then we have the one LPI at the signalized location. We're going to start off with, there is somewhat of an order here that we try to place them in. A lot of this starts with the basics with regards to marked crosswalks. As we mentioned in the Zagier study, marked versus unmarked, and just you know, putting a crosswalk down. But then we'll get into sort of the lower cost and then increasing the costs, or not the cost, but maybe the type of features, and with regards to the type of roads that you might want to be placing these on as well. Road diets, we sort of leave at the end because it's a great, or the second to the last, in that it sort of does help wrap up a lot of the treatments and how you can sort of do a complete street. And in some ways, maybe if you do a road diet, you can also maybe reduce the other types of treatments that you have to put in. So, but these are the spectacular 7 crosswalk visibility enhancements, which has multiple treatments in itself. Raised crosswalks, pedestrian refuge island, the RFB, rectangular rapid flashing beacon, the pedestrian hybrid beacon, road diets, and the leading pedestrian interval. So let's get into it. The crosswalk visibility enhancements, we do have a text sheet for all of these, and these have a crash reduction factor of 23 to 48%. Okay, we have what's called crash modification factors and crash reduction factors. So all of the, as far as the pedestrian crashes, we like to use the crash reduction factors because they do reduce. But as some of you may know, that if you put in a signal or a stop sign, you may end up actually having more rear end type crashes. Oftentimes, though, you'll have less severe type of crashes, but you may actually have more minor type crashes. But with regards to the pedestrian ones, if you didn't have these treatments and you put them in based upon the specifics of the research, you do have what's called a crash reduction factor, an expectation of how much you can reduce the number of crashes. And so these text sheets, they are on our website, the STEP website, multiple of them. They're front and back, have some really good graphics and some information with them. So, and as you can see here, you've got multiple under crosswalk visibility enhancements, which is the high visibility marked crosswalks, the lighting, we've got curb extensions or intersection geometry type of treatments, the signing. And so the first one being marked crosswalks. You know, the minimum requirement in the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, the METCD, is that you just have to have 2 transverse lines or 2 parallel lines there. And the pedestrians can see that when they're at the intersection. And, you know, as far as the high visibility marked crosswalk, that's what the pedestrian sees. It's good for them at the intersections. But it's crosswalks, they're designed both for the pedestrian, but also for the driver. So if you're just going with the minimum on a major arterial, you can see in the lower left-hand corner, you've got some shading, the shadows from the trees, and you really can't tell that there's a marked crosswalk there. While on the picture on the lower right, you have the high visibility marked crosswalks. You can see it from a lot further back. And so once again, according to your law also, if you have a marked crosswalk, drivers are supposed to slow down when they see those. And so seeing it for further back, maybe, you know, drivers are like, okay, I should be looking for scanning for pedestrians. And so starting out with that high visibility marked crosswalk is a good start. On the upper right one, you'll also see that it's called a staggered continental. or sometimes called piano keys. And you'll see that the wheel paths, the tracks go right in between the mark so that it helps with the maintenance. There was a study done with regard to this, and they compare the transverse, the continental, and the staggered continental, or the bar pairs, they call it. And what they found was that on the continentals, they were detected about twice the distance upstream as the transverse during daytime conditions, okay? And that increase in the distance reflects about 8 seconds of increased awareness of the presence of that crossing at 30 miles per hour, okay? So once again, the continental, twice the distance, about giving that driver about 8 seconds of increased awareness. And so remember from that earlier, the video, the Australian video, they can just back off, maybe going that 3 mile per hour difference, can have a huge effect here. So overall, you can see here, you can see here that the continental and the bar pairs, they did much better than the transverse. Now, with regards to the type of crosswalks out there, we see, some places they like to do the nice aesthetic appearance at their crosswalks, and that's just okay. But we try to discourage using brick because of the maintenance, and also people in wheelchairs with spinal injuries and so forth that can be very damaging. My wife actually at one point had those situations. And until you're actually a user of the system and realize these things, it's like, oh, maybe that's not the best way to go about it. Now, there are other options if you want to have those appearances of brick and so forth with the stamp or the painted. Now, we just bring this one up because, these two images of crosswalks are very creative, colorful. We're seeing a lot of this on the internet and on the news, but these are not compliant with the MUTCD, which is a national standard document. It has shalls, shoulds, and mays. But as far as the national MUTCD, in California, actually, you have your own MUTCD, but it is a standard that you need to follow. And according to the MUTCD, there is an interpretation letter. We have the hyperlink down there, but these are not compliant. And so be very careful when you try to get creative with what's put in between those transverse lines. Okay. And this states as far as the type of colors, the patterns that you can use. In the notice of proposed amendments that just closed a little while ago, they did have in the draft with regards to, they had some different images and so forth, which sort of better lays out or better describes this. So we'll see what happens when the final version comes out. But as far as right now, I will state that there are some cities, like City of Seattle, there are some cities that have asked for some research based upon this. And so there is research going on with regards to what can go in between those transverse lines and if it is a huge safety effect or not. So there should be some information coming out within a year or so. Next, we're going to go to signs. There's different types of signs. I expect that many of you have seen the W11-2 signs. Hopefully, with regards to the fluorescent yellow-green, even brings out more attention, or with regards to, especially in sign cluttered areas where that fluorescent yellow-green really stands out. And so these are specific colors designed for both pedestrians and bicyclists. You're not going to see that fluorescent yellow-green on curb warning signs, chevrons, and so forth, okay? The other thing here on the far right, you'll see that we have a LED around the borders of the W11-2 signs. Those have been effective in all of these treatments. They have their right application, okay? And so we're not saying that you use them everywhere. There's an appropriate use, sort of the sweet spot for each of these. And so on the lower, volume, lower speed roadways, if you need to get pedestrians safely, they want to be detected and letting drivers be aware. These LED around the border signs can be effective. They are push button activated, and hopefully you don't have any of these beacons that are on 24/7, because people do tend to, over time, sort of ignore them if they're on all the time. So you want them to be a hot response. We do have a pool fund study that is going on with the LED around the border signs. but most people have sort of converted, most agencies have now gone back to the RRFB, the rectangular rapid flashing beacon, which we'll talk about. But those LED around the border signs are on the lower end as far as costs. And so they do need to really, you need to have the angles right for drivers to be able to really see them. So, but there is a pool fund study, and we'll get some crash reduction factor numbers here, hopefully within the next year or so. So this multi-threat situation we talked about earlier, okay, that car A stops, car B doesn't see the pedestrian, have that potential for that conflict. If you just move that stop bar back, or in your case in California, you guys are a yield state, so you would use what's called shark teeth yield bars. You just move that back about 30 feet, but the MUTCD says 20 to 50 feet is allowable. You really open up that sight triangle for the pedestrians, right? And so even if car B blows by car A, they might be able to react faster and slow down, but actually the pedestrian can jump back. And so you open up that sight triangle for either party to react. Now with these yield bars, you would go ahead and use the yield here to pedestrian sign that needs to accompany the yield bars. Okay. So here's one shown. And then if you also want to do the double white lines, solid white lines, so that to discourage passing, that can also be done as well. So a very low cost treatment. Here we have the in-street pedestrian signs, another low cost, about $150 to $200 was what I'm hearing about across the country. Obviously, if you buy them in bulk, the better. But once again, these are for your lower speed roadways. You don't want to put them out on 45 mile per hour, your state highways. But what they do is they definitely remind drivers with regards to who has the right of way. These can work really well with a pedestrian crosswalk enforcement campaign. You want to be aware with regards to the placement of these, because if you're putting them near drivers where vehicles are turning, they can get hit. On the medians are great. They seem to have longer lasting life when they're placed on the median, but they can be placed on the center yellow line as well, or on the edge line. The MUTCD does state with regards to where they should be, where they can be mounted, and it's a shall condition in the situation. Now, some agencies have, some of you may have heard of the gateway treatment, which in Michigan, they're using the signs in different placements, entering into a specific area. It definitely does slow down the drivers, but it is currently under experimentation. And Florida is actually doing additional research with regards to the gateway treatment. And once again, hopefully that will come out, and the MUTCD will maybe have a little more flexibility. We'll see what happens there. But the gateway treatment, as far as Michigan, there was some issues with, some people had some issues with how valid some of the results were. And so that's why Florida is continuing to do that, but we're seeing some positive results out of there. Next, we have the radii, as far as the intersection, the curb radii. If you have really large radii, you do need to allow for trucks to make those turning movements, correct? But do you need to have every single intersection in California at a 45 to 50, foot radii? And we would say not. And so really, in some ways, if you can go, we recommend tight, small radii. And if you can make that the default rather than large radii, which is accommodating trucks, but tight radii to accommodate the pedestrians, because you can see here, the longer or the bigger the radii, it really does throw a lot of the intersection of the crosswalks out of, got to figure out where to put the crosswalks, makes it longer on one side, where to put the ramps for the crosswalk, for the where the pedestrians are going to cross as well. So there's a lot of things that change. And so the most important thing, though, factor that happens when you do with large radii is that it increases the turning speeds for vehicles. So once again, there are places you do need to look at your truck traffic and accommodate, but if you can make those tight radii, you're going to help with regards to the turning speeds of the vehicles. Also look at with regards to, you know, do you have parking and do you have bike lanes? Because if you do, you can make tight radii and still be able to have a large radius that trucks can make those turns. So in reality, you do have the actual radii, which is R1 in the situations, which is nice and tight, but your effective radius is much larger. And you can see here in the two diagrams that you can have both transit vehicles and logging trucks still make those turns because you do have that parking and you have somewhat that wide lane there. So, but if you can't, you need to make a retrofit and you're wanting to slow down vehicles making those fast right turns and still accommodate trucks, we have what's called the truck apron, curb radius truck apron, which is designed very similar to the truck apron on a roundabout, you know, 2 to 3 inches high, but you want to make sure that it's a rough surface so that vehicles, when if they're going to go over the top of them, it's not a comfortable, you know, riding over the top, but the trucks can still go ahead and make those, mount that truck apron to make that turn. So sort of a retrofit with regards to higher speed turns if you're having problems with that. Do note that the crosswalk goes all the way to the sidewalk. You don't want to make this look like a curb extension type of situation. And talking about curb extensions, these are great. You know, going from 58, if you have parking on either side, permanent parking, you have an opportunity for curb extensions. So there you can see 58 down to 32. And then with a lot of the micro mobility devices, opportunities to be able to put parking in these areas as well. But putting curb extensions along a corridor in a series also can help with regards to traffic calming. So once again, anytime you have parking, you do have that opportunity to do curb extensions. But it also helps with regards to the pedestrians and the vehicles, better sight triangles. It is somewhat of a traffic calming if you have them in series. And once again, you have room for street furniture or other types of applications in that extra space. Do note that you don't want to put that curb extension out into the bike lanes, though, or into the travel lanes. It's just in that parking, the width of the parking area. Okay. Now, there are things, though, that you do need to consider. You know, we would love to put curb extensions everywhere, but sometimes costs such as drainage can happen. Here, they added an inlet. If you can't do an inlet, there are some lower cost methods where you can have the water flow through your location, put a slip resistant plate over the top of it. You will have some maintenance involved, but it does help. With regards to the curb extension and the parking, in the top left-hand picture, you'll see that you've got without cars in the parked in the parking spots. It looks very wide. It might, with regards to the human factor, increase the speeds going through traveling down this roadway. So the other half, looking back, they actually did a project where they had a mid-block curb extension, and then they did the parking more in the appearance of it being an extension of the sidewalk rather than extension of the roadway. And so even without cars in this parking spot, it actually gives the feel that the road is narrower, that they can expect pedestrians and other types of multimodal use, that they may end up going a little bit slower through this particular section. So here's some other examples with regard to that, using that contrast with the roadway and the brick, and then just even contrasting color can help with regards to the human factor aspect. And it looks a lot more aesthetically pleasing as well, right? So if you're wanting people to come into a particular area, having these types of aesthetically pleasing type of features can also help with regards to that. Next, we're going to get into lighting. Lighting, a good percentage of pedestrian fatalities do occur at night. But with lighting, especially at intersections, can be a win-win situation because we do have a crash reduction factor or just vehicle crashes at intersections with lighting as well. But with regards to vehicle ped crashes, crash reduction factor of 42 to 59% at intersections. And we do have a guide back in 2008 talking about the lighting design for mid-block crosswalks. Talks about the level of lighting to 20 lux measured at 5 feet above the roadway. And basically what the main recommendation of this report states that the picture on the right shows the recommendation that you put that lighting in front of the crosswalk, because typically if you put it over the way that we used to do it, hopefully you're not doing it this way still, but if it's directly over the crosswalk or behind, you're going to actually make the pedestrian more of a silhouette as far as the viewpoint from the driver looking towards that direction. You can see that from the images below. And so if it's directly over or behind, they're more of a silhouette, versus if it's in front of the pedestrian, they're going to be lit up much better and better visible to the driver. So putting in front of the crosswalks. All right, so those were the crosswalk visibility enhancements. Next, we're going to get into the second of the spectacular 7, race crosswalks. Okay, these have 45% crash reduction factor, and they are a form of traffic calming. So once again, we sort of covered some, lighting obviously can be expensive, but we've covered markings and signs. Even in the curb extension, there are the permanent, but there are some ways that you can do that temporarily with delineators and paint. So there are some lower cost options to do temporary. I think New York and a lot of San Francisco and other places are very famous for doing those very quickly. And so I suspect that Los Angeles and other cities that probably people here on the call have done that as well. So, but now we're going to a little more, I guess, the next level, and it's going to be a little more cost involved, but it is a form of vertical deflection. There's horizontal deflection and there's vertical deflection as far as traffic calming. So with raised crosswalks, they definitely do calm the roadway because drivers want, slow down at raised crosswalk, similar to like a speed bump, but in an extension. But once again, they have their appropriate locations, their sort of sweet spot as far as when you would use these. These on 2 or 3 lane roadways and speed limits of 30 miles per hour or less, and ADTs below 9,000. So that's sort of maybe the sweet spot for these, where they're recommended. There is, with regards to some of the other types of traffic calming devices, we have what's called a e-primer link on there. And they do have, a lot of good information. One of the things that I like, an example that they had was out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. You can see that in the lower right-hand corner, they actually did an extension of their sidewalk with the raised crosswalk across their minor roadway. Now, vehicles are going to have to stop coming, to get on to make that turn either way at the intersection, or I guess go through whatever direction that they're going, but they're having to slow down and come to a stop. So why not give the drivers the indication that the pedestrians have the right of way here, because they do. And so they did a raised crosswalk, just an extension of that sidewalk across that intersection. So if you go to Cambridge, Massachusetts, you'll see a lot of these at their intersections, raised crosswalks. Now, once again, you need to think about the drainage aspect and talk to your maintenance folks and all that, but they do actually have a policy where they're doing a lot of these. So California, you probably, I don't, well, let's see. Did you guys have snow recently? Maybe a light dusting. I think my brother told me that there was some, but so every now and then, but I suspect that you're not really considered a snowplow state. But you will want to talk with your emergency services. There are situations with regards to certain routes that maybe your fire trucks go down and emergency services go down, where they may look at other types of traffic control devices for traffic calming. But once again, the maintenance people is something that you want to talk about, the drainage, and then as far as the ADA, that is something else that you will need to still have the truncated domes there with regards to letting them know that they're going to be entering into the travel lane. Okay. So, and then also with regards to curves and steep grades, and then having too many maybe can be pretty disruptive, but yeah, depending on what you're trying to achieve there, they are very effective with regards to slowing down speeds for vehicles. Okay. All of these also can be used in conjunction. You can see here the high visibility marked crosswalks, the signing, the lighting. So we're really building upon the each of the different countermeasures that we'll be talking about. So very simple, but something that with regards to raised crosswalks, somewhat underutilized, but once again, look at the, the appropriate application of what you're trying to accomplish there with the traffic calming. Another option here, a goodie but an oldie that I like to say, is the pedestrian refuge island. These have been around for a long time, but they're definitely underutilized. Okay, and so just having that crossing island, sometimes you can even have a continuous raised median throughout. But with the crossing island, 32% crash reduction factor helps with regards to just looking at traffic in one direction, getting out to the island, waiting for that, looking for that next gap, and then crossing the other side. Once again, here you can use the high visibility marked crosswalks, the signing, all the things that we talked about in the crosswalk enhancement visibility. That upper right hand corner there, you can see two very brave ladies on the double yellow line. I think those are things that we don't want to see. I don't know how fast that speed is, but it looks like an older picture. But yet, I'm sure that there are situations still out there where that we want to avoid. So having that raised crosswalk, having the pedestrian refuge islands really helps with regards to just being able to get out looking for those gaps. Now, some things that we have seen when with regards to the design of median islands is that if you have medians that are less than 6 feet wide, as far as ADA, you don't want to put those truncated domes out there, because what the truncated domes state is that, when you do that curb cut, that ramp down, it's stating, okay, here is where the curb was. It's telling a person who is visibly impaired when they're caning that they're going to be stepping off and getting into traffic. And what they're looking for is those truncated domes on the other side to say you finished your crossing. Okay, so in the picture on the lower right, you can see that they've got truncated domes there, and have they finished their crossing? Now, if you have, if that was at least 6 feet wide, you would have a gap there. So I've got an example here next where you've got that gap. So it tells them that they've finished the travel crossing the one lane on one side, the lanes on one side of the roadway. Now they feel the other truncated domes, and then they're saying, oh, I've got to finish my crossing. So on this picture here, you can see with the checkered flags, it's in front of the Daytona 500 Museum, that they actually, even though the pedestrians feel that, think that they crossed, they haven't. And so that's why you need that gap in at least 6 feet, because you do need to 2 feet gap minimum. The truncated domes are 2 feet wide minimum. And so you need to have that 2 feet gap in between to let them know that there is another set of lanes that, the other lanes that they have to cross. The other issue is that with regards to the angle, oftentimes we see the design with the pedestrian refuge islands where it's angled, or you can see in the lower right that there's sort of forcing them to look in the direction of the traffic coming towards them, right? So, which is great. But in the upper right and the upper image, you see that it's slanted, and they don't line them up again with really as somebody who's visibly disabled, visibly impaired when they're caning. If they follow that edge, that curb, then they're going to actually continue to travel into the travel lane rather than getting lined up with the crosswalk. So let's see here. If you can, hopefully you can see my cursor. You can see here with that if someone is caning, they're going to be able to follow that curb in the lower right-hand picture and to be able to get lined up with the crosswalk. How long that has to be, there is no requirement, but a lot of the ADA specialists that I've talked to, they say, that truncated dome width of at least the 2 feet. If they can get that much, that would be nice. You can see up here also that they didn't carry that truncated dome all the way across the break there with regards to the cut through. So that's another issue there. Carry your truncated domes all the way across the cut through, and then also help line them up with regards to the curb edge if you're doing the cut through. With regards to landscaping, we like landscaping, but we don't want landscaping that's going to block the visibility of the pedestrians, right? So ground cover is great. There's actually in Arizona, Tucson, Arizona, Phoenix, I believe, they've got in their standards that they actually don't do any types of plantings about 30 to 50 feet prior to the crosswalk. But you can use other types of materials. So you can see these are very nice, aesthetic, appealing, but you don't want to have, I've got in my neighborhood, or I guess in my city, we've got some crossings where the bushes have really grown. And so you can't really see the pedestrian, especially children or vertically challenged people like myself in those situations. So one great thing about being virtual, you can't tell how tall I am. All right, but you can probably guess I'm like first generation. Well, let's see, what generation? Well, I won't tell the Asian jokes. Okay, so continuous raised median, another opportunity where maybe you can't, you can't put a crosswalk maybe every 50 feet, right? But you know that people are crossing at certain locations, so you might have a crossing location at one spot, but you know that the other locations, maybe it's not very ideal. But if you have a continuous raised median, still give the pedestrian that advantage of being able to only look at traffic in one direction, get out to the median, and then look for that gap for the other direction and cross. So even though you don't have a marked crosswalk there, you can have continuous raised median, which can be beneficial. The other aspect of this is the access management. It can be a win-win situation for vehicles, because vehicles also in that two-way left turn lane, turning into driveways, especially on multi-lane roads, they have that multi-threat situation as well. And so going right in and right out, and obviously you want to give opportunities for vehicles to make turns at various locations at the intersections, or maybe even cut, having a place in between a cut through in the continuous raised medians to make turns. But so there can be a win-win situation for both the pedestrians and the vehicles. If you are going to do the continuous raised median and the access management, if especially these are maybe on the higher speed roadways, and you want to put trees. Now, trees are a subject that we can have a big, I wouldn't say debate, but a long discussion with many people in roadway design. We like trees, but they have their appropriate place as well. In Washington State on State Route 99, it went through a couple communities, and they wanted to put some trees and some aesthetics like this post here is through shoreline with regards to just sort of letting people know that they're coming into the city, but they wanted to put it in the median. And we don't want to make anything unsafe for vehicles, safer for pedestrians, and unsafe for vehicles is not a good option. So in all of these treatments, we don't weigh safety for one mode versus another. We may weigh safety for pedestrians versus capacity or vehicle flow, but we don't do safety for safety. So in this situation, Washington State DOT did design what's called a low profile barrier. It has been crash tested at 45 miles per hour. And so I do provide the link for you there, so that if your community wants to do a continuous raised median, this particular design has been crash tested at 45 miles per hour. That way you can put structures in the median and trees and so forth, but still not cause a roadway hazard for vehicles. Okay, with that, let's see. I guess we did take our break, but let me go ahead and just pause there so I can get a drink. But are there any questions with regards to anything that we've covered so far? Keith, any good questions out there that we wanted? Maybe it might be easier to address instead of typing it out to be able to take over audio.
Well, a lot of them are coming in, but one of them is that the detectable warning strips are 36 inches deep or wide in California versus the 2 feet that we're normally dealing with.
Oh, good to know. Okay, so then you're gonna have even wider medians. So instead of that 6 feet, yeah, because you'll have the 3, 6, and then the 2 in between. So you'll have to have at least minimum 8 to be able to put that gap in between, right? Or did they state whether that gap needed to be 3 feet as well, or just 2?
There's a long passage in there, but I haven't read it enough to answer that question that quickly.
Yeah, maybe somebody can address that. But yeah, since your detectable strips are 36 minimum wide, nationally you have to have a 2-foot gap in between those truncated domes and the median. So you'd have to have a minimum of 8, it sounds like, if you're going to put the truncated domes in there.
Yeah, there's some conversation going on in the chat pod. If somebody wants to unmute themselves and talk about it, feel free to.
Hi, this is Alex Warner. If you look at the building code, it does specify that you can install 24 inches deep detectable warning tiles if your media is less than 96 inches.
Thank you.
I thought, I'm not sure if I quite, so in one, it says 36, but 24 is allowed. I'm not sure if I caught when it was allowed.
Yeah, it's allowed if your island is less than 96 inches wide in length in the direction of pedestrian travel. You can install 24 inches minimum detectable warning tiles.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other, Keith, there that we should?
There was some discussion on truck aprons and how to properly get cyclists in the proper lane through there. I think we left it with someone pointing out that cyclists usually try to avoid the apron because of the rough ride. I tend to agree with that. But one thing also they can keep on the lookout for the same situation is many cities in urban environments are using hardened centerline extensions for redirecting or properly directing left turns where intersections with very wide radiuses and things of that nature. So that's something you can look at too. The truck aprons are very promising and on the rise. If you have anything else you want to mention about truck aprons, Peter, go right ahead.
Yeah, actually, there is a, I just, when I did the workshop for you on the Ohio, one of our consultants pointed me to the corner design for all users white paper, which is online. Maybe you can just, Keith, maybe if you do a search for that and find the link, it's called Corner Design for All Users. Alta Planning did that one. And it actually has the truck apron as far as other, alternatives at intersections at the corners. And I think it does talk about what you just mentioned as well. So that's a good resource that I hadn't seen somebody put all those resources together on the corner design.
There's also a discussion or question when dealing with the fire department on getting tighter radii at the intersections, and if you have any advice on that. I offered up opening up a dialogue as early as possible and demonstrating via turning templates and maybe a test track that the fire department vehicles can make the turns, and albeit probably at a slower speed as what larger vehicles will have to do. But anything you could add to that would be appreciated.
No, that's, yeah, I've seen a lot just laying out, maybe going into a parking lot, laying out an intersection, showing that those, what can be done and what, turn radiuses can be and can't be. Also, once again, reemphasizing if you have parking and bike lanes, you have a effective radii that's much larger than the actual, so.
Yeah. And then there was also a question on closing a crosswalk at an intersection. And now that I reread it, it may be that they were wanting to close 3 legs of the intersection, only have 1 crossing, which depending upon the land use, future land use, I don't advocate closing crossings in general, because it's usually only done for the benefit of motorized vehicles. And it forces pedestrians to do multiple crossings at the intersection. And we're most concerned with pedestrian safety whenever they're in conflict with motorized vehicles. and that's when they're crossing a roadway. So it doesn't make much safety sense to make a pedestrian do 3 crossings rather than 1. But what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on what's going on there, but I would agree with you in general. Oftentimes we do see, the capacity versus safety, it's trying to get vehicle flow through. And that's not, if you got pedestrians crossing there, safety, if we're going to get to 0, and I believe California probably does have some targets. I don't know whether they're towards 0 deaths or, vision 0, or I suspect that they've got numbers that they want to get to 0. Even with the safe system, you want to hit those goals, you have to put safety at higher than traffic, movements. And so, but, there are situations where maybe that is the right, so I want to reserve till I know more information, but in general, I agree with you.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of raised crosswalks, do you know if the tech brief has a slope recommendation for the sides of the raised crosswalks?
So yeah, the MUTCD actually has some with regards to the markings and such, but I believe there is a resource I've seen, a slide that shows the different angles that can be used for how abrupt, a vehicle coming at different speeds. And so I don't know if maybe in Caltrans or those, this is another great opportunity for everyone having so many people online. I suspect that some of you have done that. If you have good resources that you guys use in California, as far as raised crosswalks at the different angles, because they do, if you're at 25 or 30 or 35, if you have different angles, it's more abrupt when the vehicle hits it. So we have and maybe that's something else that, we can continue to, in the rest of the series, if we want to go more in depth, that's something we can bring into.
Right. Similarly with the lighting tech brief, it does have a discussion on the lighting levels that we want 5 foot above the crosswalk, right? The lux levels.
Right. That's measured at 5 feet above the,
Right.
like it tells in the guide where the offsets are, where they should
Okay.
be. Yep.
There's a question on that in the chat pod. I'll direct them to the tech briefs, and there are more coming in.
Okay. Well, that's great. I'm glad that we got this good discussion going, but let me go ahead and we'll maybe take some more at the end, and and then maybe, depending on the types of questions, we might be able to do a, from the rest of the series, a focused, more focused session on those. So let's see, 1:30. Oh, we still got 2 hours, don't we? All right. So I think, yeah, actually, let's go. We should have plenty of time at the end to be able to answer additional questions, I believe. All right, the rectangular rapid flashing beacon. I suspect that you've got them in California. I don't know how many have actually used these, but these have been great. They're very. I think the beauty of these things is that they are lower cost, but they really draw attention with regards to the drivers from a distance, and they've had really good results. Now, a while back, we actually had a situation where it got killed off, and but fortunately, it came back to life, and better probably because there's a new interim approval, and we'll go over that. Now, in the next MUTCD, it'll be out of interim approval and it'll be in the MUTCD. But until that all finally happens, we're still using the interim approval 21. So these do have a 47% crash reduction factor. Okay. And as far as yielding, though, they're much higher. But as far as crash reduction, 47% based upon one particular study. And interim approval 21 rather than 11. I don't know how many are, how many have used these and how many were involved in this, but hopefully California also has done a blanket interim approval for all jurisdictions in the state. Can I get a thumbs up maybe from somebody that knows if California, if all agencies under if California did a blanket for all agencies so that it's not all individual applications? Anyone by chance know? Because otherwise, if California didn't do the blanket for all, then each agency is supposed to apply individually. But my understanding is all states, well, most states have done that blanket. Okay, maybe we'll find out, but I'm not seeing any thumbs up yet, but I suspect that's the case. So as far as the RFB, it is a pedestrian actuated conspicuity enhancement. Okay, it's not a signal. It's a, it basically states that you're going to help with the conspicuity of the pedestrian, to let drivers know that pedestrians are wanting to cross at this particular location. It says shall only be used to supplement post-mounted pedestrian school trail crossing warning signs with diagonal downward arrows. So there is some conditions as to what type of signs that you can use. And it does need to be used with the sign. I actually was on a desktop audit a little while ago where they showed me a picture where it was just the beacon at the intersection, and there was no sign with it. And I thought that was the first time I've seen it, but I guess, yeah, you do need to have the sign, and it goes in between the sign and the arrow placard or the head placard. And if it says, if deemed necessary by the engineer, event of sight distance, an additional RFB may be installed in advance of the crosswalk. Now, those advance of the crosswalk signs need to supplement, not replace. So if you're going to do a supplement, you do need to have the RFBs at the crosswalk themselves, okay? But you can put them in advance. Now, the thing about the ones at the crosswalk, as you can see here, the RFBs between the sign and the placard, okay? You do need to have these on both sides of the roadway. So you're always going to have two facing the driver that's coming towards the crosswalk. Okay. Now, in this situation, you actually have a median, so you can go ahead and put the one on the left in the median. But if you didn't have a median, it would be all the way on the far left. So there's always two at the crosswalk. Now, with regards to that supplement, you don't need to have two. You can just have one as far as the supplement. So if you've got a site coming around a curve, you want to give some advance warning that the sign, there's a pedestrian crossing, you can go with one. You don't have to have two with the advance one. But at the crosswalk itself, you do want to have two. Now you can see here on the image that we do have solar. So one of the beautiful things about these is that they can be somewhat lower cost because you don't have to hardwire their battery. These are coming down as far as costs. What my understanding is they're in the $12,000 range for a pair. And so that's one of the beautiful things about these is that most states, a lot of states, these are somewhat lower cost. But that still is somewhat expensive. You're going to put these in a lot of different locations. And so you do want to put them, ideally in the places where they're most, where they're going to be best utilized. And so that's where table 1 of that guide also comes in. Now, with regards to the placement, you see here 2 lanes in each direction. We have had some states that have gone to 3 lanes in each direction because they didn't want to necessarily, maybe they didn't have the money to do a PHB, which we'll talk about next. But they did actually have some fatals in those situations, so they took those out. So these do have an upper limit. We would, if you look in the guide, you really don't go beyond 4 lanes. And as far as speeds, probably that 30 to 35 mile per hour is really that sort of the sweet spot. You can go above 40, but some agencies have, but really it's, we would not recommend it at this point. And as I stated, we do have an alternative. And so just be very careful with regards to, and if you follow the guide, which is conservative, you should be safe. Okay. The other thing is, one other thing with regards to the maintenance of these is that you can see on the far right one with the solar, it's under these trees. And so it may actually, that battery may not necessarily get charged fully, and you may have some false activations, or it may go, I've seen some in Tacoma where I live, or in University Place, and because the shade isn't to charging it up, sometimes it just goes, that one particular sign goes off. Can be confusing. So you can also locate that solar panel in a different location, or maybe do some tray maintenance, I guess. But these can be hardwired as well. Hopefully you can see the flashing pattern. I don't know if maybe Stephen or Malin, can you see that flashing pattern on this? Okay, great, thank you. I didn't know if that GIF was going to come through on this, but there is a new flashing pattern compared to interim approval 11. So your existing RFBs, they can still hold the old pattern, but any new installations, or if you do maintenance on the old ones, you'll want to upgrade to the new flash pattern. But you can tell with that flash pattern really, and I don't know how quickly it's coming through, but it is really an attention grabber. And from a lot further distance back, okay? So once again, if drivers, what we're trying to do is have drivers know that there's pedestrians wanting to cross, so that they maybe take their foot off that accelerator and being able to slow down, hopefully under that 40 miles per hour, to where, if you do have a crash, it's survivable. The flash period shall be immediately initiated each and every time a pedestrian is detected, either through passive detection or push button activated. Okay, I really like this, because how often have you been at a beacon, you push the button and nothing happens for maybe 30 seconds to a minute, but yet there's no vehicles around? What do most pedestrians do when they hit that button and nothing happens right away, especially when there's no traffic? I see Madeline smiling. Yeah, I suspect that most of you behind, maybe you're smiling. Yeah, you'll look and you may cross, right? You're gonna, there's no risk here. And so when you have the RFB and you activate it, it comes on immediately. It's but the thing is that you still have to be aware that vehicles, you have to be responsible, that vehicles are gonna slow down and stop. You can't activate it when a vehicle is 5 feet away going, if you're a jogger, and this actually happened the other day where there was a jogger and I was coming up and I didn't see them. It was sort of around a corner, and all of a sudden they showed up. It doesn't mean that they have the right of way just because they got there. So they activate it, but they still do need to take some responsibility, make sure that the vehicle is going to slow down and stop for them. Okay. But this definitely does get the driver's attention from further back, so that they are slowing down, recognizing pedestrians are there, and be able to stop. Now, there is a small pilot light that can be installed. I would recommend that always be on the ones that you get. It is for the pedestrian, because there is no walk or don't walk symbols. This is not a pedestrian head that goes along with these. And so having in the lower right picture, you can see there on the side of the RFB, a light that comes on that lets the pedestrian know that it is activated. But the other way that you can let them know is with really the accessible pedestrian push button, right? APS. Now, APS is for the visibly impaired. The MUTCD doesn't state that you have to put these in, which really a lot of comments I know people said, yeah, why not? I mean, it's part of ADA. So hopefully we'll see what happens here with the language, but it is a should condition right now. But if you allow me to just get on my soapbox for ADA, get up on top and let you know that, according to ADA, really, we can't discriminate against the disabled community. And so therefore, whenever you're communicating something to an able-bodied person, you have to be able to communicate that to somebody who's disabled. And so in this situation, if you have a push button that's allowing for the RFB to be activated, how are you going to communicate to them that those lights are flashing other than an APS? If you have a way, great, please let us know. But the only method that I know right now is with regards to an APS. And so, and the message for the APS though, for an RFB is different than from a pedestrian hybrid beacon or a regular signal, because it states that the yellow lights are flashing. It doesn't let them know when they can cross. You know, it's just yellow lights are flashing. It's still the responsibility of that pedestrian to know that the vehicles are stopped and when they can cross. That message is spoken twice, okay? And so and there, I know that some agencies have also added a message that says vehicles may not stop or make sure that vehicles are stopped before crossing, some other type of message. But the yellow lights are flashing message has to be at least spoken twice. Okay. With regards to the RFB, then it is, you know, as far as yielding rates, we saw the crash reduction factors around 47%. But with regards to yielding, this is one of the initial early on reports that came out of Florida. They have a lot of RFBs in Florida. Went from 19% yielding up to 81% yielding. And I know more recent studies have gone up in the higher 90s even. And so I think with more of these being installed across the country, people are understanding them and they are getting higher yield rates. And in the Florida study, you know, it's sustained that even after 2 years of operation. So these are, once again, so much better than the old beacons that we see that are constantly flashing 24/7. Once again, we don't want those beacons that are 24/7 because people tend to ignore them. They want to be a hot response. And then with these, with the flashing pattern that are very attention grabbing. Okay. Now I want to give you an example. One day I was driving home with my wife and on a roadway in sort of south of Seattle, but north of where I live. Anyways, it's on International Boulevard, part of State Route 99 in Washington State, for anyone that might be familiar with this. But I noticed that this mid-block crossing was like really close to a signalized intersection. And so I pulled into the drive, you know, the parking lot and sat there for about 20 minutes as my wife, you know, rolled her eyes and was like, okay, we're doing this again, which probably many of you have that experience with your spouses, I suspect. But I sat there for about 20 minutes and observed what was happening. Now, on the other side of the roadway here, from the parking lot, there is a bus stop, and it looks like it's about halfway between the signalized intersection and the mid-block crosswalk. There is like a Bartell's on one side and a Jack in the Box in the parking lot area. And so you had a lot of crossings as far as when people kept, you know, well, not a lot. I mean, there were, for the 20 minutes, there was quite a few that I observed, but it wasn't a constant flow. And that'll be important here in a second, which I'll address. But if you were a pedestrian, just got off of that bus, which direction would you go? Would you go to the mid-block crosswalk with, and I'll show you the street view, which has the RFB, which we just talked about. We have the advanced yield bar. And then you have, you know, this example here with the pedestrian refuge island, that median, you can see that the vegetation is a little overgrown. So it might, you know, block some people, you know, children, or there was a person in a wheelchair that crossed here, and they can be harder to view. So that's the one thing that I didn't like about this, is the vegetation could have been, you know, better, or the landscaping could have been better. But overall, very, you know, a good design. But once again, only 300 feet from that intersection. And every pedestrian that I observed crossing went to that mid-block crosswalk. We talked about it earlier as far as the going to the signal. You have the left turners and the right turners, but you also have that delay. You have to let all those movements go through, right? And so the pedestrians, that I think they learn, you hit that pedestrian, the RFB, you get traffic that slows down, allows them to cross, and then they cross one direction, you know, one side of the roadway, and the vehicles proceed. As far as traffic backing up in the intersection, never saw it. during the time that I was there. And I think the reason being is that you didn't have a constant flow of pedestrians. I would not recommend this if you had a constant flow of, that close, because traffic probably would back up into the intersection. But because it was the occasional pedestrians that were crossing, it really didn't take long for them to cross halfway and then the vehicles to proceed. So, but just, the closest I've seen, and the reason 300 feet, I looked up in the METCD, is that they don't recommend two signals being closer than 300 feet. And so I think that may be one of the reasons that they just kept it at that mid-block crossing at the 300. So, okay. But at some point, as I mentioned, there was a couple cities, locations, which they used the RFB on roadways that were higher than 40 miles per hour. And there have been some fatalities in those situations. And so they were pushing the upper limits to it. What we would recommend is to go to, and you'll see it in table 1, but the pedestrian hybrid beacon.
Peter.
Yes.
I'm sorry, before you go on to PHBs, for RFBs, there's a question in the chat bot regarding their use and adjacent to turning lanes, the number of lanes. So what width of roadway do you recommend in terms of their use? 3 lanes, 2 lanes, 2 lanes each direction, 3 lanes each direction. And I believe the question had something to do with an intersection, and I haven't seen them use that intersections too often. So.
Yeah, these can be used at intersections, but as far as the number of lanes, and when I say intersections, obviously unsignalized intersections.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because, and it's sort of funny because we did have to put a caveat in table 1 that talked about RFBs and PHBs should not be used, together, because we did see an example of an installation of that nature. But yeah, these are, you would not use an RFB at an intersection where a PHB is or a signalized intersection. Okay, these are uncontrolled locations. Maybe obvious to us, but not everybody. So anyways, and by the way, maybe some of that happens because of a lot of the community out there, people are hearing about these, but they're not engineers. And so they see some of the guides that we put out, and they say, hey, this is really great. They see some videos, and maybe they don't understand all the nuances behind, the applications. And so, so that is in the table 1 that you don't use these 2 together. But as far as the roadways, if you look at table 1, really beyond the 4 lanes, you won't see that recommended. And we did have examples, as mentioned in a couple of states. I won't name them because I don't want to embarrass them, but they did use 3 lanes in each direction, so a 6-lane roadway, and there was fatalities, and so they got rid of those and they put in PHBs. But some early on when these were really like popular because they're low cost, you can get a lot more RFBs installed versus a PHB. The cost difference is huge, and so you can get a lot more installed, but you do have to be aware that they do have, there's sort of the upper limits. And I would say no more than 4 lanes is my recommendation. Now, well, so I got the lane. Was there another, as far as in that question, did it talk about like auxiliary lanes? I will state that in Idaho, since this is a positive one, I have seen RFBs placed with regards to on-ramps to freeways. And so there is that application that you can use with regards to a dedicated right turn lane type of situation. So, did that address that, Keith?
Yep, I believe so.
Okay, great, thanks. So at some point, once again, we're sort of building our way up to the more extreme type of, more dangerous type of situations for more riskier type of situations, I should say, for pedestrians. And so you have these, so the question was, what about those 3 lanes in each direction, those 6 lanes, 8 lanes type of situations? And a lot of pedestrians probably don't want to cross those type of roadways unless they absolutely have to. and there are a lot of roadways out there that's the situation, is that they, in order to get to work, or, they need to cross these type of roadways, and that's where people are getting hit, the higher speed multi-lane roadways. And they can't get signals in, and we'll talk about warrants here in a second, but that's why the pedestrian hybrid beacon was developed. It was developed out of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona. Richard Nassy was the engineer. He was having problems with pedestrians crossing these high-speed multi-lane roadways, and he couldn't, but they didn't meet the warrant for a signal. And so he went through many iterations to get to what we have today called the pedestrian hybrid beacon. So let's go through that. Once again, you do start out with the marked crosswalk. You can do the, you have the advanced stop lines. You have a lot of the lighting. So a lot of the other features that we talked about in conjunction with this. Okay. Nicole, can you play, for those that have not observed the pedestrian hybrid beacon, we've got a video, a really good one out of Wisconsin that they produce as PSA. And I'm told that if you want to, use parts of it, that they're willing to share that video with people to produce your own PSA. But Nicole will go ahead and play that here.
Thank you. I will get that up in just one moment. And please, friendly reminder, just in case the volume has changed, please make sure to turn up your volume so you're able to hear video. And here we go.
The Wisconsin Department of Transportation is installing a new traffic control device in several locations around the state. It's called a pedestrian hybrid beacon, or beacon for short. It has also been referred to as a high-intensity activated crosswalk, or HOC. The beacons are used to control vehicles and allow safe pedestrian crossings in the middle of the block, away from the usual crosswalks and signals at street intersections. Let's go through how the pedestrian hybrid beacon operates for motorists first, and then for pedestrians. When motorists approach a dark beacon, they may continue through the crosswalk without slowing down or stopping. A flashing yellow light means that a pedestrian is waiting to cross, and motorists should proceed with caution. The flashing yellow lights will be followed by solid yellow lights, which indicate that motorists should stop if safe to do so. The solid yellow light will be followed by solid red lights. As usual, when seeing a red light, motorists need to stop. The solid red light will be followed by alternating flashing red lights, which indicates that after first stopping, motorists can proceed with caution through the intersection as long as there are no pedestrians in the crosswalk. Using a beacon is simple for pedestrians. They simply push the button and wait for the walk signal. If the don't walk countdown starts while pedestrians are still in the crosswalk, they should continue crossing. If pedestrians have not entered the crosswalk while the don't walk countdown is on, they should not begin to cross. They need to press the button and wait for the walk signal. The pedestrian hybrid beacon provides a convenient way for pedestrians and bicyclists who choose to cross as pedestrians to go across busy, wide streets safely and efficiently. It's one more way that the Wisconsin Department of Transportation improves service for pedestrians. To learn more about the pedestrian hybrid beacon, go to www.dot.wisconsin.gov and look under travel information.
Great, thanks, Nicole.
You're welcome.
Had a little bit of I heard the whole thing, but the sound was sort of in and out, but hopefully that wasn't the case for everybody else. Or it went loud and soft and just the quality. Okay, yeah, Marilyn looks like she's shaking her head too. So, but yeah, I think you got the gist of it. So good PSA, and did you catch all that? So you have the blank, and then when it's activated, the flashing yellow, which here in Washington, I don't know in California, but it's like, hey, okay, get ready to slow down, right? It's going to turn red. And then the steady yellow, which I guess, a lot of kids say it means step on it, but hopefully it's not the case for the way that you've trained your children. And then the steady red, right? That all makes sense. The wigwag. I think that's when we go across the country and do the workshop. I think the wigwag is the one area of concern for a lot of people. But the wigwag is similar, and it does have the same meaning with regards to the PHP or at a railroad crossing or wherever it's flashing at a emergency signal with the same configuration. It means stop. If there's no if there's no pedestrians, then you can go ahead and proceed when that pedestrian has crossed your lanes of travel. Okay. Now, what we see typically though is that the problem that a lot of people say is that, well, vehicles don't proceed on the wigwag. Well, at least that's not problematic for the pedestrian safety issue, right? Because they're waiting longer. Maybe it is with regards to progression of traffic, but as far as pedestrian safety, if they're stopped a little longer, it's not a safety issue for the pedestrian. And then it goes to the blank out again. So some of the things that we have, heard with regards to that wigwag can be remedied by, particular sign, which I'll show you here in a second. But the other thing about this is that the pedestrian hybrid beacon, it's not a warrant situation, okay? In signals, you have what's called warrants. In order to meet, you have to have a certain number of pedestrians per hour, which is, we overlaid in red here, the signal warrant numbers. So this is a table out of the MUTCD, and this is for speeds of more than 35 miles per hour. And we overlaid what the signal warrant, 93 pedestrians per hour. Now, I don't know how many locations that you have that might have 93 pedestrians per hour that you would be able to install a signal. And that's why Richard Nassy developed this PHB, because it's recommended, and these are guidelines. In the MUTCD, it says there are guidelines similar to, and these are similar to warrants, but they're guidelines for pedestrian hybrid beacons. And the minimum here they recommend is 20 pedestrians per hour. But that's based upon, the ADT of the roadway and the length of the crosswalk as well. So you can see here with the graphs. And so it's much easier to meet the guidelines for putting in a PHB versus putting in a signal warrant. Okay. Now, I guess the other thing about this is if you think about a lot of these arterials, 6 lanes or 8 lanes, high number of high-speed vehicles, pedestrians needing to cross there, how many pedestrians do you think would actually want to cross there? I mentioned that a little earlier. How many pedestrians do you think are going to take that chance unless they absolutely have to? So in many of these situations, you may do a survey around the neighborhood, or maybe those people who use, if it's near a transit stop, ask them how many would use this crossing if there was a protected crossing. And so you may, only observe maybe out on a pedestrian count 2 or 3 pedestrians crossing with, in that particular hour. But if you ask them if there was a protected crossing here, would they use it? You may actually get a lot higher number, and you can use that in your engineering study. What we often see is that when the pedestrian hybrid beacon goes in, you see a lot more use after the installation, just because people don't want to take that risk crossing those type of roadways if they don't have to. Okay. The other nice thing about the PHB versus a signal as well, as you saw, is the progression. It is a better balance for pedestrian safety versus traffic progression, because on a signal, on a really wide multi-lane 6 to 8 lanes, you have to wait for that. You have to time that pedestrian signal for clearance for them to cross all 8 lanes, right? If it's 4 lanes in each direction. So it's a really long crossing. You got to wait for them to cross. While on a PHB, you can time it where it's only half of the roadway, that side of the roadway, before the vehicles can go ahead and proceed. So on that flashing wigwag, no pedestrians, they stop and they can proceed. So it's actually a better option, I think, with regards to signals as far as traffic progression and pedestrian safety. So in that in the METCD, there is some guidance with regards to this and things to consider on the engineering study. You know, it's looking at the inadequate gaps for pedestrians, are the speeds, is there excessive ped delay? So there in the METCD, different things to consider with regards to installation of a PHB. There is, with regards to the signing, this is a sign that you need to put up there. But there is an option that you can do with regard to that wig-wag. And so if drivers are not understanding that they can go ahead and proceed, if the pedestrians have cleared, you can use this text sign that says crosswalk, stop on red, proceed on flashing red when clear. Okay. So if you're not using this sign, you can go ahead and use this sign here. So we got a great case study. I like this case study out of Florida because they actually have some data with the numbers. And with regards to, there was 3 installations of PHBs along Hillsborough Avenue in the fall of 2015. So you see here double digits as far as crashes, average crashes from 2010 to 2015. After they did the installation of the 3 PHBs, those numbers dropped down on average to single digits and 7. Now they are, my understanding is they are going to put in a couple more along Hillsborough Avenue because they were only able to do so many. Well, they were only able to do those 5 installations. So in addition to the installation, they did do some public awareness campaigns. You can see here on the bus benches, on billboards, and some flyers and so forth that went out to different areas to help people understand what these meant. With regards to traffic control, I hope that it's pretty intuitive with regards to how things should operate. Because once again, everyone knows that you're supposed to stop on red. The flashing red may not be as obvious, but I think most people, you know, they're picking that up. And as more of these installations happen, people realize they can stop and then proceed with caution if it's clear. The flashing yellow. So it really does make sense with regards to if people have taken their driver's test to what the different symbols mean. Okay. So with that, those cover, let me see here. If there was anything else that I felt like there was something I've missed here, but I'm sure it'll come back to me later if need be. So maybe I'll take a break there. And Keith, any questions? Because I think with regards to PHBs, very, the cost, that was what I wanted to cover, is the traditional PHBs, overhead mast arms and so forth, you know, it can be $80,000 and up, you know, similar to a signal, because you got your control box and wiring and your mast arms. We have seen variations of the PHBs. Las Cruces, New Mexico, I saw one where they actually set it up on side mount with similar to an RFB. They had them in the median and then on the side. So they, and so that reduced the cost a little bit. But we do now have what's called the solar PHBs, and they have a more compact control box that actually, it's mounted on the poles, and they're solar, and the cost of these are about $26,000. And so it dramatically reduces the costs from a normal PHB setup. Now, once again, as far as the applications, you want to be careful. They are doing some research in Arizona with these and other locations, but at least we can look forward to the fact that there are some types, maybe 4-lane roadways where you can use these solar type of hawks or solar PHBs and lowering that cost. So we can maybe we can send some information out on that as well. So Keith, I'm going to take a break here real quick and see if there's any questions on the PHBs that might be easier to answer via the audio.
Yes, there was someone wanted to go over the timing associated with the flashing period. I think it was during the pedestrian clearance interval in the flashing period. If you can go over that again real quick.
Okay, so right now with regards to pedestrian signals, you would, you have that 7 second with regards to the walking figure, the white walking figure that you can walk. And then it goes into the clearance phase with the flashing hand. And so that walk is still that 7 seconds, but you time that it's at 3.5 feet per second. In the past, it was 4. I mean, some places still, it is that 3.5. My understanding is a should, right? But it's a strong should. let's say. So you take that curb to curb, and well, there's two. Well, this gets more into the details that maybe in another session, because you do have to do 2 calculations for a signal with regards to if you have a curb ramp, somebody at the top of a ramp, you have to add 6 feet to the curb to curb. But let's just take the curb to curb, and you do that distance at 3.5 feet per second for a signal, right? With the PHB, you still have your 7 seconds, but you only need to go to, if you have a median island, okay, or you could go to halfway, that side of the roadway, as far as the solid red. And then you can go with the wig-wag on the clearance to the rest of the timing. So you would still do the entire crossing with regards to the wig-wag, but as far as you would only time it for your that half of the roadway, with regards to when you start the wig-wag timing after the 7 seconds.
So during the white walk period, the vehicles are seeing solid red and they're stopped. And that period is only enough time to get the pedestrian to the median if you're using a median. And then we can go to the pedestrian clearance interval, which would then get the flashing wig-wag, and the pedestrian gets to go across the rest of the roadway. One caveat for California, someone mentioned out, is that pedestrians are allowed to initiate their crossing during the pedestrian clearance interval if they know they're going to be out of the roadway by the end of the cycle with the countdowns. So.
Yeah, and that's where the countdowns are very helpful. So I wish we had our graphs for our images. It would be much easier to describe that. But hopefully that, if we need additional information, and maybe there's some, actually, if there's some signal traffic engineers out there, I don't know, and hopefully that's sort of the way that we do it, but maybe this California in itself, do they have some other guidelines or recommendations, if anyone out there might?
That goes into one of the questions of whether or not PHBs and something called an RPHB, I guess a rectangular pedestrian hybrid beacon, are contained in the California MUTCD. I don't know. I would suspect PHBs are in there, but
a rectangular pedestrian hybrid beacon?
It may have been a typo, but it may have been for Bs, but it said RPHB.
So, well, which maybe I'll just mention with regards to experimentation. If you do have a new type of traffic control device that you want to, experiment with, you submit that to the MUTCD team with a copy to the division office, of course, letting them know that you're doing this. Probably best to talk to the division office first and see, get their thoughts. But you don't want to just put out a new device out there because you'll have a huge liability issue. And so, and the MUTCD team, they've probably seen a lot of different types of devices come in and knows what works and what doesn't as far as approval. So just be aware, I know many of us want to, we're very innovative and we want to help with regards to, getting the numbers down, but we don't want to be like Kramer and just go out and try things without the right approvals. So Kramer being the Steinfeld reference, and getting rid of the lane lines on the roadway just for more convenience. Sorry.
There was also some discussion on the difference between PHB guidelines and signal warrants. So you may want to hit that a little bit more.
Okay, just to so clarify once again, warrants are, with regards to signals, there are certain criteria that need to be met in order to install a signal. Not that you have to install a signal, but these warrants need to be met. And they are in the METCD as far as putting in a signal. The one for pedestrians, it's once again that high standard of 93 pedestrians per hour needs to be met if you're just doing it strictly for pedestrians. There is safety as well. But with regards to the PHB, these are just guidelines. So it's recommended that you meet some of these numbers, like the 20 pedestrians per hour, because if there's only 1 or 2 pedestrians at a location, are you going to install a $80,000 device out there? Now you might say, well, in some cases you might, depending, but so different agencies have sort of, had different numbers. Some have actually taken the guidance from the METCD and they've made it a standard, which we don't necessarily recommend, but you want as much flexibility as possible. But if saying, hey, if you can get this 20 pedestrians, that's sort of the number that we would recommend to really offset the cost of all this to make the benefits. And so that's that. And as far as the 20, where that came from, to be honest, I haven't heard, Keith. I don't know if you've heard, where that came from, but my understanding is that there was a discussion among different engineers and they felt that that was a good number, but I don't think any research went into it.
And someone did mention in the chat pod that PHBs are in the California METCD, Chapter 4F, and there's some links being put in there.
Right.
There was also a question on using PHBs at intersections, which hopefully I text to everyone. I just realized I may have been doing some direct messages by mistake. But yes, you can use PHBs at an intersection. They were tested out and researched, many locations being used at an intersection. The caveat being is that a pedestrian hybrid beacon can only control one crosswalk at a time, at a location. So if you're using it at an intersection, ideally across the main road or the most busier road, then one of those crossings at that intersection needs to be closed off. And you do what I had mentioned I don't like doing earlier. You close off a crossing and force the remaining crossings at the PHB. But since we're providing such a more positive crossing, I can live with it. But go ahead.
No, thanks. That's a great one. And that one is definitely one for more the series where we can go deeper into that, because currently in the METCD, it does state that it should be at least 100 feet away from an intersection. But they're going to change the language. That's going to go away in the next edition here. Because as Keith stated, most of the research that they did initially in Arizona, a lot of the PHBs were at intersections and they didn't have any problems with that. The concern when the PHBs went into the METCD is that some traffic engineers, they felt like it was too similar to what they call a half signal, where you have a signal on the major road and then on the side roads, the minor roads, it was stop condition. And so those are not allowed, even though you may still see some in Seattle and some other locations, which they have their they have a lot of attorneys, I guess, that help with regards to issues of that nature. They like them, but in the METCD, National METCD, they are not allowed. And that was the concern as far as PHBs at intersections. They felt it was too similar. But there has been a lot of discussions over the past few years that say the research shows that it's not an issue. So why don't we allow it? And so that is the one thing, though, as Keith mentioned, it only is on one leg, not on both sides of the crossings. So, and that's something that we would go into a deeper dive if you want to do more in the series here, if that's a topic of discussion.
And there's another question we're going to have to get someone to go off mute and tell us about. There's a question on whether or not we can speak to, I guess there's a bill in legislature, AB 1238, trying to get passed, and wondering if this bill would, I guess, encourage safer pedestrian crossings versus what we're saying here. But I'm not familiar with AB 1238. I'm not sure if anyone else can quickly speak on it, or is it something we just leave for later on through some email or something?
Yeah, maybe that's something that we can, people can put in the chat pod if they're familiar with that one. I know that there is some legislation trying to make it not against the law for pedestrians on certain types of, somebody had emailed me from the last session with regards to some proposed legislation. So I can't recall if that's the one though. But okay.
Put a link in there to it so you can read it later on.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Got a little bit. All right. We're doing good on time, and I think we'll still have opportunities for Q&A at the end. So road diets. These are, once again, these have been around actually since EDC 3, one of the first pedestrian safety initiatives. But not only do they benefit pedestrians, they actually benefit all road users. And so now I did hear some people, I guess it was actually in California, we were at a peer-to-peer, and a gentleman from California said, I don't like diets. And he said, we like road buffets because that gives us more choices. And I thought that was of all the different names that I've heard, roadway reconfiguration, all these different names out there. I like road buffets the best. That came out of California. I don't know what that says about California, but I thought you guys were very healthy and into the alfalfa sprouts and such. But yet the term road diet actually stuck, early on. And it is because obviously as diets, you typically get rid of things. And the classic road diet being 4 lanes to 3 lanes, as you can see in our tech sheet here. And depending on the type of roadway, suburban, urban context as well, you can get crash reduction factors of 19 to 47%. And once again, they do benefit all road users. So it's a win-win. And that's why these have actually been implemented across the country, and they're institutionalized in a lot of different states. But the main thing here is that for pedestrians, they do reduce the crossing distance because a lot of road diets, if you have no opportunity for parking, you have that opportunity to put in what we talked about earlier, the curb extension. Now bike lanes, that you're using this space, you have, if you do 2 travel lanes, 1 lane in each direction, you have opportunities to put medians that we talked about, the benefits there, but you do have opportunities for bike lanes and other types of more features that makes it better for multimodal use. You do eliminate the crash, that multi-threat crash type, right? And so in some ways, depending on the ADTs and so forth, if you go, and we'll talk about those numbers with the ADTs, but instead of doing an RFB, you might now be able to get away with signing. Or maybe you thought about doing a PHB because it was 4 lanes. And people might not be, some places are not comfortable with the RFB, so they go with the PHB. But if you went to a road diet, you may not even need the PHB. But so we'll look at some of the numbers here. The other thing here is with regards to the benefits, it does reduce the top end travel speeds because that lead car is setting the pace for the other car, so you don't have a lot of passing now. And as far as walking along the road type of benefits, it's the further you can get the pedestrians away from the travel lanes, not only is it safer, but it's just a much more walkable, comfortable walking experience. And so you can see on the left, you had the 4 lanes, and on the right, you went to 1 lane in each direction with the bike lane, which creates that buffer, with the parking that creates that buffer. And for businesses on the left side, you have more parking. So the more parking, obviously businesses are gonna like that. They got the back end angle parking, which I do realize that I believe California has been doing a lot of back end angle parking as well there. And there are benefits to that in that when the vehicle is pulling out, they can see the bicyclist better, as well as the vehicles. Now backing in, it's half of a parallel park, and with backup cameras in a lot of vehicles now, much easier to do. But some people still, we've seen videos where it's a little bit challenging, but yet I think it is something that better than parallel parking, right? But the other thing is that with regards to back-end angle parking, just really quickly, is that when the doors open up, and if you've got kids, they're not going to run out into the street, right? Those doors open up, they're going to be forced more into the sidewalk. And then when you're buying stuff, you're going to load, if it's in the trunk, you're going to load it from the sidewalk rather than loading it with your back towards traffic. So just a lot of benefits. However, there are some things that if you have an outdoor cafe, and if it's really hot out there, and if it's and people want to sit in their air conditioning car and have the exhaust or have the engine running, then that's not going to be very good. But California is going all Teslas, right? Or electric, I should say. So you won't have to worry about that exhaust issue as much, I guess, there with the back end angle parking. So there are little things. Also, the placement of the meters or the trees. The back end of vehicles can be possibly a little longer. And so there are little considerations that you do. But overall, we're seeing across the country more agencies using the back end angle parking. All right. Now, the one thing here, though, as far as the pictures before and after, the one on the right, I would say, looks a lot nicer, doesn't it? And why does it look a lot nicer? I would say the pavement, right? The pavement, that nice new black pavement. And so if you stay ahead of your resurfacing projects by a year or two, you might actually be able to do a road diet really, inexpensively. If you're not putting a lot of new features in, if it's just the striping, you can probably do it on, for the cost of what you would normally do on the 4-lane as well. Now, if you're going to put in other features, obviously that will end up being a little more cost. But yet, if you're just resurfacing, now we say a year or two ahead of your resurfacing projects because you will want to design it, but also do that public involvement process. We have had road diets where we knew it would work great. Or actually, they did the first road diet with the public involvement process, and everybody loved it, worked out great. So they decided to do another one, and they didn't do a public involvement process. And what do you think happened? Everybody was upset. Why were we not involved? I mean, it worked great, but yet people were against the fact that they weren't involved in the process and weren't told what was going to happen. And a lot of the misconceptions as far as moving, getting rid of a lane of traffic, was in their minds that it was not good. And so definitely, stay ahead by a year or two so that you can go through that public involvement process. But if you do that, and you can do this fairly inexpensively.
Hey, Peter?
Yes.
Got a question on a possible 5 to 10 minute break.
Okay. Yeah, so let me, I'll tell you, we're here at 2:30. And so why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break then?
And Vanessa, I'll stay here during the break. She had a question about whether or not the road diet would be reducing capacity for the rest of the vehicles.
Yep, we'll get into that here in
a second. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was the road diet itself or the use of rear end angled parking. So you can clarify that at your leisure, Vanessa.
Wow, complete streets. Okay, yep. A lot of road diets are considered, it's a great way to do complete streets. Yes. Okay. But
electric vehicles.
Thanks, Nicole.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not sure if this it's not related to stuff like the serious. I just have a question. Out here, I think in Glendale City, there was a proposal to convert the stop signs into light, into like the light poles where people would have to stop under the red light. And the locals were kind of against it because thinking like, oh, it's not safe. The cars will be speeding around that area, and more traffic will come around this. So they were trying to go against that construction. I was just wondering, based on your experience, have you seen where the light stops that actually cause more accidents rather than the stop signs?
So if I'm understanding the question, you're saying that they wanted to convert to a signal?
Yeah.
Stop sign to a signal.
Yes. And the locals did not like that idea. They were trying to come up with reasons why it's not going to work. People are going to speed and stuff like that. And I was just, in my opinion, the signal light works better, but I wanted to see if there were other cases.
Well, I think it all depends. I would advocate for a roundabout personally, but you have to run the numbers. But I guess what's the what type of roadway is it?
It's just the local streets. I think it was more of a residential area, more buildings and stuff rather than the business.
Yeah, hard to say, but I mean, as far as I know, converting signals and stop signs to roundabouts has great crash reduction factors. Stop signs to signals, more of a capacity issue, I think, a traffic flow versus safety, because signals themselves don't always, guarantee safety.
Okay.
And so it's sort of it depends type. Yeah, it really would be where we need to look at it and look at some of the conditions.
Okay. Yeah, because the city wanted to convert. I'm not sure what happened, if there's still discussions or any follow-ups with it, but I just heard the story that the city wanted to convert, and then some of the local residents were against it because it's a stop sign, and the city wanted to put the signal lights on.
So I suspect the city is wanting to do it for traffic progression. Is that it, or is it for safety? What's their reasoning?
I actually don't remember what their reasoning was. I didn't read further into it, but I think it was both.
Yeah, I suspect that probably there's more on leaning towards capacity, traffic flow. Because, I mean, I would recommend that they go to, I'd have to look at it, but yeah, a roundabout might actually be probably more efficient and safer in many ways. What's the current, is it 4 lanes or 2 lanes in each direction right now, or 1 lane in each direction?
I think it might be a 2 lane in each direction.
Okay.
The Glendale City doesn't have, in Los Angeles area, I don't think Glendale City has so many 4 lanes. It's just mostly 2 lanes or 1 lane in each direction.
Huh. Well, if you want to get us more information, that's something that we might be able to do a desktop review.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see if they need more information or like assistance, then I'll forward that information to you.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And I'll learn something on the way too.
All right.
I have a question, Peter and Keith. When was the first time that the HD was introduced and allowed to use?
Oh, that was
I don't remember the year.
It was put into the MUTCD prior to the 2009. So what version was that, Keith? Do you remember? 2003? I want to think, but
yeah.
Might have even been prior to that. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I'd have to look that one up, but I do know that it was in the 2003 MUTCD. So it could have possibly been in prior to that.
So you say 2003 version already included?
It was included in that version, yes.
Really?
So it's been around for quite a while. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, when it get to the user end, probably take some time to get to the, the end user to get to know it.
Yeah, I mean, well, the one thing in California though is that you guys actually have a different, and they're actually researching it right now. It's the mid-block pedestrian signals, where you guys are using regular signals, but they flash. And so there may be some, I don't know, in California, I know I've seen some PHBs, but I think more for mid-block, you guys, there are some, or City of Los Angeles, I suspect, there's quite a few of what they call the mid-block across the.
Yeah, I've seen them and I've used them in the past too, where they have the signal lights in the mid block.
Right. So that is something that with the PHB, although a lot of agencies across the country have adopted it, there are still some that are hesitant, because it's new and they're not quite sure with regards to people understanding them. So
yeah,
this new mid-block pedestrian signal, which California actually I think has the most of them, it's being researched to see if they will allow that in the future as well. So
yeah, to get at the first question, the slow adoption really has to do with traffic engineers' comfort with a beacon versus a signal. And as newer professionals get into the field, graduate and get into the field, and folks retire, honestly, we're seeing more and more adoption of the PHB, more and more comfort with using a beacon versus a signal.
I actually like the idea that you had with the billboards showing all the signs, what it means, like each button, what it means, or like that means you have to press or wait. If that's what the people are concerned, maybe that's how we can educate them.
Yeah, that reminded me with the PHBs, and Keith, when we get started again, or maybe after I do the session, I'll go back to it, but remind me, in the Dallas situation where for the mid-block PHBs, they had a hot response, and during peak hours, it was a hot response, but hold on. Peak hours with traffic, it was timed with the signals, but off peak hours, it was a hot response. That's right. So if you think about it with regards to pedestrians, we talked about when they hit the button and they don't get a signal right away, they're going to hit, find the gap and cross, right? And so what the city of Dallas did was they made it hot response during off-peak hours, but during peak hours, they coordinated it with their signals. So.
It's funny, yesterday I saw someone cross the street because there was no traffic.
Which now is completely legal. Other than at a signal, if they're crossing the street where it says don't walk. That is still, that is breaking the law. But at mid-block locations, as long as they're yielding to the traffic and it's not adjacent, which that sounds like it may go away, possibly, then yeah, it is legal. But that doesn't really. All right.
All right, surprise little ring at the end.
I like the alarm going off.
Well, welcome back.
Woke me up.
All right, let's continue on with road diets. And I really like this little table here because it really does tell you, and especially for the public, as far as, you know, what you're getting rid of a lane. But if you think about it, a lot of roads are overbuilt. And what is the purpose of the road? You know, is it just to move traffic, you know, through traffic from one city to another, and your city ends up being in between two, you know, hot spots where everyone's traveling through? Why do the people in that city have to deal with all the through traffic, right? But so what is the purpose of the road? Well, as far as road diets, if you look at the average daily traffic, it's one of the criteria that we use as far as whether you should or shouldn't do it. But if it's less than 10,000 ADT, really, it's a great candidate for a road diet. Really, it's not going to have a lot of negative effects with regards to traffic. If you're in that 10 to 15,000 ADT range, so really, you know, it's a very good candidate. You're going to probably need to do some intersection analysis. And that is the thing when you do a road diet, you know, going from 4 to 3 lanes, you will need to make some probably adjustments with regards to the intersection, if it's a signal, with regards to maybe the alignment of the heads and some signal timing potentially. So, but that's where you do intersection analysis study at 10 to 15,000. The 15 to 20,000, good candidate, but you're going to probably do more of a corridor analysis. And then greater than 20,000, you know, you have that, but we still say potential because you can actually have road diets, and we've seen road diets above that. The example down below where it says 26,000, had some here in the Washington State area, city of Seattle, and they work fine. You know, it really depends on the conditions of the road. How many driveways do you have? You know, type of situations. Some can work really well. But one other thing with regards to the 26,000 or the high ADT is, once again, what is the purpose of that roadway? Is it a roadway is open 24/7? Is it strictly, you know, are you just focused on moving peak hour traffic, you know, for maybe the 2 to 3 hours? I guess in LA it could be up to 4, right? You know, is it just about moving peak hour traffic, or are you going to consider all those other modes? You know, do you have cyclists? Do you have pedestrians using this particular corridor? And so it may, you know, in Washington, what they looked at was the high ADT, but they said, well, let's go with a lower level of service for vehicles during peak hours, but let us go with a higher level of service for the other modes. And so if you do an overall multimodal level of service, you may actually come out better overall. And so once again, is it just about peak hour traffic, or is it 24/7, thinking about all the modes, you know, through the 24 hours of the day? And so that's why they can justify, you know, some of these higher ADTs. But federal highways, you know, under 20,000, really great candidates, you know, do those analysis. But once again, we have seen road diets higher than that in the 26 and even 30,000 range. So this chart really a good, you know, sort of guidance with regards to what type of analysis you might potentially do. There is some additional, you know, resources out there that we produced early on, the Road Diets Informational Guide, as well as some case studies. A lot more information out there on the web. Another website besides the Federal Highway Safety website is the pedbikeinfo.org website. It's the clearinghouse. A lot of good information on that site as well. In the Road Diet Informational Guide, here are some of those values with different agencies. You can see Pasadena, California, actually somewhat conservative. Their maximum at that time, I don't know if things have changed since the guide came out, but their sort of upper limit was 15,000. Lansing, Michigan, 18,000, and then Seattle, Washington, as high as 25,000. So things that you will want to consider: safety, you know, safety of pedestrians and cyclists. You saw from that one example where, you know, the bike lanes were put in. And so much better operations for all modes. And once again, are you thinking about just peak hour or what's 24/7? mentioned the intersection adjustments, and then mentioned the resurfacing, staying ahead of your resurfacing projects by a year or two, so that you can go ahead and make sure that everything's taken care of prior to to redoing the striping. Context sensitive solutions, complete streets. I saw during the break that somebody in the chat pod said they had first time that they had heard of road diets was really complete streets is I guess the term that most agencies are going with. But you can do complete streets through road diets, I guess, and so the two really go hand in hand because they both accomplish the same goals, right? One thing we talked about the intersections, the 4 to 3 road diet, that 20,000 or under that we talked about. Well, for a single lane roundabout, that ADT very similar works for the single lane roundabouts. And so putting those two together, and La Jolla Boulevard in San Diego is a great example where they did a series of roundabouts on this road diet. And it worked really well, and as far as, roundabouts, less maintenance long-term with regards to the cost of maintaining traffic signals and so forth. And so really good combination there. Also great for that La Jolla Boulevard, really revitalized, that particular section, the corridor with regards to businesses and such. And we've heard this, I've heard this story the last 4 years where we go and different agencies that have done road diets, especially along their main streets, downtown areas where it revitalizes their communities. Because people walk. When people want to, gather and shop, it's people that shop, not cars. Cars only get you there. But when you have a lot of people out walking and shopping, it really brings revitalization, and then other projects occur. So it's road diets and roundabouts, great combination. And I suspect that you probably have many good, and I know you have many good examples in California as well. So with that, those were the spectacular 6 that are in the uncontrolled guide, the guide for pedestrian, improving pedestrian safety across uncontrolled crossing locations, which has the table 1 that we talked about. So let me stop there and just break for a second and see if there's any questions with any of those spectacular 6 before we get into the LPI, our 7th treatment, specifically for signals. Still with me there, Keith?
I am. I was actually typing up a response. So if anyone has a question they want to voice real quickly, feel free to do so.
Yes, I have a quick question about the mid-block crossings and providing the same lighting for the pedestrians that the motorists are seeing. I've noticed the newer designs, they have kind of a canted pattern. So when you have a pedestrian activated crossing, the pedestrian can see the exact blinking pattern that the motorist can. I've seen older ones where that's not the case. And so you're crossing, you see cars flowing and stopping, but you're not confident that the light is correct to cross. Comments on that?
So if I'm not sure if I'm correctly, is this a signal? You're saying this signal, mid-block crossing. Could you go over that once again? I'm not sure if I.
I'm sorry. Yes. Can you hear me first of all? Am I speaking loud enough?
Yes.
Okay. I'm asking the question. You showed some design features of the RFBs and the PHBs.
Okay.
And even in the example from Wisconsin, it was not clear that the pedestrian in the video was seeing the same lights. The lights are mounted overhead, oriented toward the motorists. So I have noticed in my community where I live in Santa Cruz, the older versions of those do have the same problem. the pedestrian or cyclist who's activating the mid-block crossing can't see what the motorists are seeing in terms of the lights. However, the newer designs, they have a pedestrian eye level version of the light that's kind of like a fanned out like an arrow. So you, or it's just a tiny light on the opposite side of the street, and it's blinking and is colored the same way that the overhead light is, so that the pedestrian making a 90-degree crossing can see what the motorists are seeing.
Okay. So,
and I didn't see any commentary on that, but I found it very intriguing, a really good modification of the design.
Yeah, we in our longer versions of the workshop for PHBs and RFBs, we do show a little, at a minimum, a little pilot light on the unit closest to the pedestrian when they press it to activate it, so that they can see that the system is working. Or
exactly.
Or if you have APS, there'll be an audible message letting you know that the system is working. And
I see, I missed this. You have it in the presentation. Small pilot light may be installed.
Right. And that's very important in daylight conditions, because from the pedestrian's point of view, you may not be able to tell that that light is flashing.
Right. I have seen the cars stop at the older ones, and I'm still insecure to step out because I don't know, you know, at any time that the lighting they're seeing could change.
Right.
Whereas these, so I think these are essential or for going forward, because, you know, the pedestrian can feel confident. This pedestrian is still keeping their eye, hopefully, on the oncoming traffic, but the extra security of seeing that light is very important as a pedestrian user, I think.
The other thing that reinforces with the light is the APS signal, where it says, you know, the flashing lights are, let's see.
It simply says that the lights are flashing.
Yeah, here. How do I get rid of the?
We just have to live with it for now.
I don't know how to.
Get rid of that circle.
Where's the clear on that? First time I've actually used it. Now I'm okay. So the APS definitely helps because it says yellow lights are flashing. So that way it tells the pedestrian also that they'll flash. So that it's not only for the visually, you know, impaired, but it does help with the, you know, sight able pedestrian as well. So that's why I think APS has multiple advantages. Oh, thank you, whoever got rid of that.
There was another question in the chat pod where someone was in relation to walking speed and slower moving pedestrians still being in the crosswalk at the end of the cycle. Are there any schemes you can use to prevent that? The question asked, was it built in? It's not really built in, but you can add detection and track pedestrians as they go through the crosswalk. And if a pedestrian is going to be left in the crosswalk at the end of the cycle, you may be able to extend your pedestrian crossing intervals by a few seconds. We go over that in the longer Designing for Pedestrian Safety 101 workshop.
Yeah, the other thing there, the countdowns are really helpful.
Yes,
so hopefully people are, you know, you take in when you're doing count. Hopefully everybody's got countdowns now everywhere because he's been around for a while. But while I'm on this slide, maybe I can address the one issue that I wanted to talk about, which I had a brain freeze there for a second. But in the city of Dallas, Texas, we were doing a workshop there, and they stated that during peak hours, what they were doing was with the synchronizing the mid-block pedestrian hybrid beacon crossing with the other signals. And so if you've got a lot of traffic coming, pedestrians aren't going to cross, obviously, and they're willing to wait, even if they hit the button and if they don't get the walk sign right away because you've got traffic flowing. But what they did was during off-peak hours, you know, when you've got more gaps, and when you activate the button, if you don't get that walk sign very quickly, pedestrians are going to go ahead and cross when they find that gap because they might think that the pedestrian button might be broken. So during peak hours, you know, synchronized with the signals, during off-peak hours, it was a hot response. So as soon as they hit it, you know, they got that walk signal or the walk fairly quickly. And so it really does reinforce the good behavior of what people should be doing rather than crossing when they shouldn't be. So nice little technique there out of the city of Dallas.
We have a few questions that may be too long to answer, but in general, there was a question about pedestrian safeties at a roundabout, and pedestrian safety is well enhanced at a roundabout, especially single lane roundabouts, really easy to navigate. As was mentioned in the chat pod, pedestrian crossing is a little bit upstream of the roundabout itself. We utilize the deflection islands of the roundabout to do a two-stage crossing for pedestrians. And because a roundabout is a low speed traffic control device, and the human factors involved of drivers are more apt to properly yield for pedestrians crossing when the driver is going at a slower speed, we get a much improved stopping and yielding rate by drivers at a roundabout. In fact, the only real concerns we have for roundabouts and pedestrians are multi-lane roundabouts and visually impaired pedestrians. And we're working on a number of countermeasures to address that. The raised crosswalk is one of those, and Peter talked about that earlier.
Yeah, so a lot of it, Trish just mentioned, you can see in the picture on the right with that roundabout, splitter islands, which same principle as the median islands, but it is that slow speeds into the roundabout if designed properly, about 15 to 20 miles per hour. And then through the roundabout, still maintaining that lower speed, because you do have that reverse super as well as the truck aprons that makes them have to go slow around it. And then on the exit as well, you want to make sure you have your geometry that has them do a slow exit. And so that single lane really is really a great combination, and it is safer because a roundabout has less conflict points than a regular traditional four-legged intersection. So just reducing the number of conflict points reduces the risk as well. And as far as vehicles, the win-win, that with the angles and the slow speeds, it really helps. So yeah, we are many states. I don't know if California or cities, maybe they've gone roundabouts first type of policy, where if you're evaluating a intersection that you redoing an intersection that you have to explain why a roundabout won't work. So there are many states across the country now that have adopted that type of policy.
Yeah, New York and Maryland are among those. And to be clear, we get greater yielding rates on vehicles entering the roundabout than on vehicles exiting the roundabout, but those yielding rates on the exiting vehicles are still very, very high. And the speeds are still slow enough that we're able to avoid catastrophe. So that's what makes the roundabout so well.
Yeah, part of that safe system approach, right? Where you may actually have crashes in the roundabouts, but they're not going to be the fatals and serious injuries.
Right.
And so once again, to get to zero, we're not talking about crashes, we're talking about fatals and serious injury reduction, and roundabouts definitely help. Great. I just saw, got recommended in one of my YouTube videos, John Stossel did a video as far as roundabouts. And in the US, anyone know where the city with the most roundabouts are? And probably a good, I forgot what percentage, but it was like 70, in the high 70 or 80% of all roundabouts in the United States are in
Iowa?
Seattle.
Where? What was the last one? Kevin has it. Charles has it. It's Indiana.
Yep, Carmel, Indiana. So, but great, the mayor there is really proud of him, and the fact that, these have been around in Europe for the longest time. So, but as far as, a lot of the principles that we talked about, are applied with roundabouts, the slow speeds, the pedestrian refuge islands, the high visibility marked crosswalks, you can see here. So, all right. Any other before we maybe hit the final LPI?
I don't think there's anything. Go ahead and I'll scan and let you.
No problem. So the one signalized treatment that we have now, there are others out there that hopefully in the future that will maybe be able to bring more attention to, like the flashing yellow arrow. But the one that we have right now, and we have some numbers, and actually this 13% crash reduction factor is probably going to get a little higher, because that was one of the early research. And I know City of Seattle recently finished some research, and they're in the high 50s with regards to crash reduction factors. So more and more agencies are starting to implement and some agencies like in Austin, Texas, and I believe in San Francisco as well, they sort of did a systematic approach in some of their the signals in downtown areas in certain cities. And so they've done a lot of LPIs, which leading pedestrian interval. And for those that aren't familiar with it yet, it's really just like a 3 to 5 second head start ahead of the vehicles getting the green. And so the pedestrians get that walk symbol, like you see here, 3 to 5 seconds to get them out into the crosswalk established, so that vehicles, and there are, some, in certain parts of the country, there are drivers that are very aggressive in not allowing pedestrians to get out to the, into the crosswalk, especially those right turners sometimes. So we've got a video here that a colleague of mine, Tim Taylor, actually, he's our traffic, Tim, the traffic man Taylor, we call him, but he produced a little video all on his iPhone and with the help of his daughter that really, I thought, shows how actually pretty easy it is to go ahead and make this change. So Nicole, I'm going to stop sharing if you can bring that video up.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is everyone able to see the video?
I am.
Okay, great. Now just a friendly reminder to turn up your volume so that everyone is able to hear. Yeah, go ahead and hit play.
In the northeast corner of Alabama lies Huntsville, also called the Rocket City, where the U.S. Space and Rocket Center stands tall as a reminder of courage, leadership, and success in transportation. In a progressive and expanding city such as Huntsville, the transportation system must be vibrant, safe, and accessible. It comes as no surprise that the city is focused on improving pedestrian safety. The city uses the leading pedestrian interval, or LPI, to provide an additional level of safety for people walking. The LPI provides an offset or a head start for pedestrians when crossing the street at an intersection, in advance of vehicles making turning movements. LPI is low cost, easy to implement, and requires no additional equipment. The leading pedestrian interval has been shown to reduce conflicts and crashes of vehicles with pedestrians by as much as 60%. How does the LPI work? At this intersection in Huntsville, pedestrians may have difficulty when starting to cross the roadway when they receive the walk signal at the same time as vehicles get the green light. Motorists turning left or right may not see or expect a pedestrian. This type of conflict can be significantly reduced by implementation of the LPI. The LPI is implemented by changing the settings in the traffic signal controller equipment. To demonstrate the simplicity of using LPI, let's look inside this cabinet in the city. The cabinet is a 270 TS2 Type 1 controller. Any TS2 Type 1 or 2 is needed to implement the LPI. First, from the main menu, select Controller. Next, select Timing Plan. The next step is to locate the delayed green setting, which is the manufacturer's name for the LPI setting. Next, enter the time and seconds for each phase where the LPI will be implemented. The City of Huntsville uses 7 seconds. Pedestrians should always activate the pedestrian push button to inform the controller of their intent to cross the roadway. Once the walk indication begins, the pedestrians may start walking, but the vehicles are required to wait 7 seconds before they get a green light. This places the pedestrian in the field of view of the waiting motorist and reduces the likelihood of conflicts. The interval is typically 3 to 7 seconds as determined by the responsible agency. Additionally, a lagging interval for vehicles can be used, which allows motorists to receive the green time they need to complete any permitted left turns at the end of the steady green and yellow. These permitted turns occur after the pedestrian phase has completed, enhancing safety for everyone. The MUTCD addresses the LPI as an option in Section 4E.06. A no right turn on red may also be used for added pedestrian protection. The City of Huntsville has approximately 350 signalized intersections, of which 12 have the LPI. Based on positive results thus far, they plan to do more at select locations. It's no surprise that the Rocket City continues to advance innovation by building a safe transportation system for all users. If you'd like more information on the LPI, implementation, or pedestrian safety, contact the FHWA Office of Safety or visit their website at safety.fhwa.dot.gov.
All right, that one worked really well. So you can see there that it can be a pretty low cost treatment. It's just signal timing. Now, low cost being that if you have all the APS and everything in place already. If you don't have APS, once again, going back to the fact that if you don't have APS, then someone who is blind won't know that they've got that leading pedestrian interval. And so you'll want to, need to install those pedestrian heads. But overall, we've seen agencies, say that some of them don't even actually go out into the field to do it. They're doing it. You guys have controllers, I guess City of Los Angeles control their signals from their traffic control center. And so it can be, done pretty low cost. And so the MUTCD with regards to that section here, at least 3 seconds. We've seen some places like in New York, they've got some videos on it as well, street films, some places like even up to 7 seconds. But it really does help establish that getting the pedestrians out into that crosswalk, especially when those drivers are very aggressive and not allowing them to get established or make those crossings. There are, as I mentioned, the hardware, there are some older systems out there and probably more on the East Coast. I suspect what we've run into where they've got some really old equipment. So you do need to have at least a certain type of equipment to be able to do it. The vision impairment we talked about, I'll mention here in a second, because you do need to have the APS. Otherwise, the traffic, oftentimes they're listening for traffic, for movement in order to proceed. And if obviously traffic isn't moving, they're not going to know that they got those extra time unless it's being told to them. These can be done with free operations. Now you're going to, it can be added to the overall cycle, which fluctuates with the demand, or it can be done by time of day or coordinated. And so there's variations that, different ways that you can actually do the LPIs. And on this one, you can see, and it mentioned it in the video as well, but they do have a dynamic no turn on red that comes on. And so in some locations, you may have the LPI, when it's activated as well. So with that, so that was a very quick with regards to the LPI. It sounded like I saw during the video looking at the chat pod that looked like the city of LA is doing some of that. I suspect that maybe there's some other cities in California as well. Once again, very low cost, and it does have, as far as right turns, left turns, can have the, the benefit with regards to getting those pedestrians seen and visible. So.
I would again stress the need for APS associated with the LPI. Because if you have a visually impaired pedestrian trying to get across and we're utilizing the LPI, we have to let them know that it's time for them to cross.
So with that, and obviously if you're a traffic signal, I'm not a signal engineer, but if you want to have a longer discussion with regards to the LPIs or any of the treatments, in the evaluation form, you'll see an opportunity where we can, in this series, we can set up some additional sessions for any of these treatments, or whether developing, step action plans or technical assistance, maybe even having case studies, a discussion with regards to what different agencies in California are doing. And so when in that evaluation portion for this series, please go ahead and put those type of what you're interested in when you fill that out. So, but now we're done with the spectacular 7, and I just want to go back a little bit with regards to the fact that, we sort of started with marked crosswalks. We talked about the lower cost type of treatments with the signs and then we went into the raised crosswalks, the pedestrian refuge islands, the RFBs, PHBs, road diets. So we sort of built up. But all of this, the treatments, that's one thing, but the implementation, in order to get the pedestrian fatality numbers down, you want to implement, and there's a process that you can use. And in that guide, it has a 6-step process. I think a lot of agencies, and Caltrans has done a great job with regards to collecting data and engaging the public. So that's really the first place, right? Collecting that data, engaging the public in the process, where you want, where are people having those problems crossing? As was mentioned early on also, some of the data isn't being collected. And so you might look at the crash reports, but engaging the public, and they may be able to tell you more what the data that's, that the police reports don't necessarily tell you. Number 2 is the inventory, the conditions, and prioritize locations. I think this is something that can be done really quickly for agencies to do a crosswalk inventory. I don't know how many agencies do crosswalk inventories, but just knowing where your marked crosswalks are and seeing if they match up to table 1 of the guide. Because once again, going back to the fundamental, where we started with regards to on certain types of roadways, 12,000 ADT without a median or 15,000 ADT even with the median. If all you have out there is a marked crosswalk, that might be your reason for having crashes at that location. And so you need to do more than just a marked crosswalk at those locations. And so doing an inventory of your marked crosswalks can be very helpful to recognize how you're going to prioritize making those improvements at what locations. Analyzing. So once you collect that data, and you can analyze your different crash types and figure out what the safety issues are and making the right recommendations for the treatments, which is in step 4. We talked about the different spectacular 6. And then for the LPIs, the signal ones. But in this particular guide, we only cover those 6. And you do want to consult your different design manuals. In California, you have the California METCD, and you have your specific, Caltrans has their manuals. But there's a lot of different resources out there, and we can talk about those other additional ones like NACTO and ASHTO and so forth. And then identifying opportunities and monitoring outcomes. Cost, a lot of times people say cost is issue, but some of these things you can do with maintenance funds. Other things that you can do, road diets, we talked about staying ahead of your projects, resurfacing projects by a year or 2. And then you have your active transportation, the resource center, they're a great resource, and they can help probably identify different funding sources as well, or how to make things happen, partnering up with some health organizations. We've seen a lot of different partnering and funding coming from different locations outside of the normal stream. So, but once again, and then monitoring your outcomes, tracking. We love to hear the before and after stories of, the different treatments being put in and how, so making sure that you're collecting, if you can collect that data and take before and after pictures. And when you have those successes, definitely, tell your story, because the more success stories you have, it makes it easier for other agencies and other projects not to have to fight those battles, of the different mindsets of change. And so I think California as well along the way. Early on in 2004, we did the Designing for Pedestrian Safety 101 workshop, and we covered every district in California. It took us quite a while, but we educated, so many people at Caltrans, and I think that helped because when we did those workshops, people said, man, our managers and our leadership needs to take this workshop. And I think that happened, and they passed the information along. And, Caltrans is now one of the, even though the numbers are high in California with regards to pedestrian fatalities, we have seen so much improvement and so much emphasis. And we have, who knows what the numbers might be if there wasn't more emphasis and, some of these programs, being done at Caltrans and at local agencies as well. We're all in this together, but the numbers could be much higher as well. And so just getting that word out and, but definitely tell the success stories when you have them. As far as the crash methodology, just really quickly, typically we do the high crash corridor locations when we look at the data, but there is other ways to do this as well, especially for pedestrians and maybe in some of those towns and those counties where you might not have pedestrian crashes along a particular corridor or maybe at a particular intersection. Those are like hotspot type of crash analysis, but there is what's also the systemic approach, which we really looks at the high risk. Now there's systematic, where you're going to just do it everywhere, maybe like in San Francisco they did, or Austin, where they did all their downtown signals with LPI, or there's systematic, where you're looking at the high risk features of that particular, of what the crashes are. And so in many ways, you're looking at, okay, is it near maybe a school, or maybe it's near a bar? Maybe it's certain types of ADTs and number of lanes that you're having these types of crashes. And so looking at the high risk types of features to go after those first. And oftentimes they may be able to be treated with lower cost treatments. And so if you've got $1 million, are you going to spend that $1 million on 1 mile of corridor, or are you going to spread that $1 million with lower cost treatments across your system at the high risk locations? You might actually get a higher rate of return on doing the systemic approach versus the high crash corridor type of analysis. There's more information out there, and there's training on the systemic approach. I know that California has been doing some systemic analysis as well. So just encouraging that these are some of the different risk factors with regards to pedestrians. And then, as was mentioned with Jesse mentioning the safe system approach, you're going to hear a lot more of this at Federal Highways is making that transition and emphasizing. We are doing a lot already with regards to safe systems, because most of the treatments, a lot of the treatments that we talked about today really help with regards to reducing the speeds, or at least lowering the speeds of drivers before they approach that crosswalk. And if in the road diets, lower speeds typically, and so avoiding the serious fatals and serious injuries, and maybe having just potential minor injuries. But the speeds really do affect kinetic energy. The management of kinetic energy is crucial. And it really does. Humans make mistakes, but they shouldn't be fatal. And so these are some of the principles, once again, with regard to the safe system approach, that we can actually, not have deaths and serious injuries. And with that, you can see the traditional system versus the safe system approach, where it's prevent crashes in the traditional, while it's prevent deaths and serious injuries in the safe system. Improve the human behavior in the traditional, while in the safe system it's designed for the human mistakes and the limitations. Control speeding in the traditional, while reduce system kinetic energy in the safe systems. Individuals are responsible in the traditional, while we share the responsibility in the safe system. And then we react based on crash history in the traditional, but we're more proactive and identify and address risks in the safe systems. So I think that's a good comparison. And we do have the link where you can get more information with regards to this. With that, I think we've got 10 minutes left. So we might be able to take a couple more questions here and there or comments, and then we'll leave maybe 5 minutes for Nicole to explain and open up the evaluation. So Keith, I'll turn it over to you.
the bigger question probably has to do with something we really didn't touch upon in this workshop, but there was a question about crosswalk placement at ramps, dealing with concern with free flow movements at ramps.
So, yeah, I assume that they're talking about on ramps and off ramps to maybe
Yes.
the fields and so forth. And we do have in the Designing for Pedestrian Safety 101 module, we talk about this, and the being able to have the drivers to be able to see the markings first. So the most direct line, we talk about the placement. But there is the possibility of putting, like I mentioned in Boise, Idaho, they did do some RFBs at their ramps as well, onto the on-ramps. Now you have the possibility of doing it on the off-ramps as well. But I guess ramps are a location where, depending on what part of the country or what part of where these are located, drivers may not necessarily expect pedestrians. And so special attention should be paid to these locations. In addition, drivers are making that transition from slower to higher speeds. And so once again, signing and markings, but if need be, maybe even going to an RFB type of situation.
Yeah. Yep. And placement of the crosswalk is key at the locations too. We want to put it in a location where drivers can see it as far in advance of the crossing as possible. And there are some field or location concerns you have to deal with and some trade-offs to make, but making the crossing as visible as possible is job one. So, Peter, there was another question regarding a LPI, and there was a concern that utilizing an LPI may excessively extend the cycle length. So traffic engineers or timing engineers don't like them for that reason.
Yeah, that is, and that's where we once again have to balance the safety versus, mobility capacity. What is the higher priority? And so, yes, there's going to be some trade-offs, but if we want to get to zero, but there may be some different ways that you can, help offset that during, whether during peak hours. Yeah, like once again, I don't know, maybe there's some people in the audience in the group that might have some suggestions with regard to that, but that is their techniques. Like I said, I'm not a signal engineer, but that is a trade-off.
And that's about all. Some good guides and techniques that have been shared in the chat pod. I urge everyone to check it out. And I think we can move on.
Okay. Well, thank you. Felt like it was a little bit off today with having to go 3 hours, but hopefully that made a lot of sense. And we definitely will do the series where we can do a deeper dive into this, and many of you can also share some of your examples and the issues. We do want to have a open, also somewhat of a peer-to-peer type of situation where you can share your experiences in the series. So. All right, so Nicole, I'll turn it over to you.
Great, thank you so much, Peter and Keith. Great job today. A lot of really good information. I have shared the evaluation link in the chat box. So please, everyone, go ahead and select that link and complete the evaluation. It is a short evaluation before signing off today. And just as a recap, we will be posting the recording and the Q&A document after the completion of this course, and we have some time to edit this, and we will send out an announcement once it is ready to be viewed. Thank you again, everyone, for joining, and please do not hesitate to reach out to us if you have any questions or follow-up or would like to provide more feedback. Okay, so once you have completed the evaluation, go ahead and you may sign off today, but you are more than welcome to stick around and ask any additional questions.
Yep, we'll be around. I'll be around for another probably, well, 15, 20 minutes. And then happy Juneteenth, I guess. We just heard I just saw something that we got a new federal holiday tomorrow. So I don't know if those in California will get it or not, but yes, happy Juneteenth.
Yep, Juneteenth holiday tomorrow. I plan to go visit this museum over my shoulder.
Hi, my name is Bernadette. I'm working for District 12, Irvine, California, transportation. My question is, if it is like you don't get a ticket, J crossing from one parking, from the road, from one side to the other side, where the road consists about 2 or more lanes each side, 2 or 3 lanes. And also it has bike routes, sharing bike route, and type 2 bike route, which is only separate bike route, and the city proposed parking. So if the sidewalks are not available in the parking locations, the people will be J crossing from one side to another side. So will they get ticket? That's my question. Will that be safe when the speed limit is 40 miles per hour or more?
Wow.
So if I'm understanding, you've got bike lanes is the parking on which side is the bike lanes with the
bike lanes? Bike lanes goes, we say the road goes northbound and southbound. So the bike lanes are in northbound and southbound. It is not separated. The both north and southbound, they have bike lanes.
So yeah, interesting that the 40 miles per hour, you've got parking. I mean, those are high speeds, and you've got the question being, okay, so the question being, how do you have the pedestrians cross the bike lanes as well as the travel lanes when they're going 40 miles per hour? I would probably, be looking at well, actually, do you know what the ADTs are?
No, it's like a semi-crowded traffic, I guess.
I mean, do you think it's pretty high, above 20,000?
I won't be able to answer that question. Okay. Exactly, I don't know.
That would be one thing that I would look at is if if you can do a road diet, is a possibility, because that will help with regards to speeds. If the road itself, and I guess I'd have to, we'd have to learn the context, as far as, are there businesses, a lot of pedestrian crossings?
We don't have, some locations we don't have pedestrian crossings like within 1 mile.
Right. So you probably, you're wanting to probably figure out where the ideal crossings would be, the mid-block crossings, and most likely a pedestrian hybrid beacon. Or I guess in California, you do have the mid-block crossing type of signals, but those are more, I don't know how California or what city you're with, but yeah, we would recommend most likely at 40 miles per hour, which probably means even higher than 40 miles per hour actual speeds. So a PHB.
Yeah.
Now, the interesting thing with what you said is with the bike lanes, you'd have to make that, make sure that the cyclists as well, if you've got a lot of heavy bicycle traffic, which I think California is encouraging a lot more cyclists. So that you'd have to figure out how to make sure that they're also, slowing down and stopping for pedestrians when the PHB is activated. So.
Sounds like a wonderful location to do a desk review on.
Yeah, so that is so in this series, that's something that we would definitely love to do is learn by project desktop, and so we can if you bring your projects to us, we can, as you collect information, we can look at it and we can get some other. As far as bicycling, I'll be honest, I'm not an expert at it. I'm still learning that myself, but we would be able to bring in like Brooke Struve, our bike specialist. And then also, I'm sure that we can bring in some other people who have done those type of projects after you submit your projects and have that discussion and see what the best alternative is. So definitely something for this series is we are wanting to look at case studies.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Sorry, I probably wasn't that much help with regards to getting a response right now, but yeah.
So basically what I understand is with the volume of the traffic versus the bike lanes and everything considering and the speed limit, I think J crossing is not safe.
Well, the answer oftentimes is it depends. The time of day, the gaps, but with those high speeds, yes, I'd be concerned. In the, who are the different users there? Do you have sight? Do you have visibility? Drivers, because if you have parking and pedestrians are trying to cross in between cars, are vehicles that are coming not going to be able to see those pedestrians? So that's a concern. And that's why you want to look at, reducing the speeds or providing mid-block crossings that are convenient to pedestrians that they're going to use, so, and then the drivers also can expect pedestrians at the locations. Most pedestrians are willing to walk maybe about 100 to 125 feet out of direction, unless it's really bad traffic, then they'll walk further. And so, but on average, if the risks don't seem that high, they're like, oh, there's a mid-block crossing. I'm willing to walk 125 feet because I'm probably not going to find a gap really quick here. And then more the older pedestrians are more likely, and children are more likely to go to those type of crossings as well.
I see. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, Keith and myself, we're going to look for those gaps and dart across.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
This was great. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
I appreciate you keeping your camera on because I knew whether my jokes fell or not.
I learn better when my camera's on because I like in-person type training. So I know I'm paying attention when my camera's on.
I'm with you there because I'm like, yeah, I shut my camera off and then I'm like, oh, I can multitask.
Yeah. So when I turn off my camera, it's because somebody called or I had to step out. Otherwise, camera on.
Yeah. No, really,
I learned.
I think that's a great point.
Yeah.
And I do encourage people to turn their cameras on, but I understand a lot of people are probably eating lunch too.
Sorry, I did that while the camera's on.
We expected.